I will soften. I will mute myself when I eat my broccoli now.
Yeah, hey. How come when I ate broccoli a few months ago, you got on to me for saying, eat meat? Now you're eating broccoli. Come on.
Because you were eating an insane amount of broccoli, I'm pretty sure.
Eating a bag of broccoli and meat.
It was a $1 bag of broccoli from Walmart. I just stuck it in
My
the microwave
issue is
for 5
that there was no seasoning on it. It was just plain.
Seasoning. I put garlic powder, garlic salt on it.
That's it?
That's it.
That's it. That's all you need.
I fucking...
Not even pepper?
I fucking gussy up my broccoli.
I hate
Put
that
some
shit.
fucking butter. Butter, garlic powder, onion powder, a little bit of fucking red chili flakes.
Yeah, so last time we spent a lot of time discussing our preferences when it comes to broccoli.
Yep.
It was really weird turns from the vampire hunting arc, but hey, whatever.
I mean, you know.
We killed a vampire. That was neat.
Yeah. Finish up that fight.
He was also a giant caterpillar, which was not neat.
We rolled for loot. We got myself a cittern with a lot of spells in it, and testing them out. It was fun.
Oh yeah, we got paid.
We didn't get paid yet.
Or we...
You're going to get paid.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack said, hey, I'm gonna have to recalculate this payment because it was not enough.
Yeah,
It'll be like 450.
It was 300 and then it was 450, and then you were told only the people that picked up the bounty are going to get paid for it.
Yep, and that it's going to be sent to Francis, but Francis is going to send it to make sure it gets to Akir, because that's who it belongs to.
Yep, I was the only one who picked up the bounty. I just asked Galen if he wanted to hang out. He's like, sure. I was gonna do that thing myself. Boy, that would have been horrible.
Way less money.
But yeah. So we defeated him. Got back after talking to the guards. Francis allowed me to talk to the dragon male guy. His name was Epoch. Found out that I need to kill his kid. Francis ain't happy about that.
Yeah.
Nope.
Gave me 3 trials I had to do in order to earn the armor's honor, or some fucking thing like that.
Earn the right to take on the quest.
Yeah, I need to fight him or something. I don't know if I need to win. I just need to fight him, and then I need to befriend.
Assume you need to win.
I need to befriend a kid. I forget his name. I'm gonna call him Connor.
Oscar.
That's not his name.
Oh, I was close.
It's close enough.
There was an O.
That's how you start off with. What was your name? This or that? It's Oscar.
Already failed the first quest.
Yeah, I need to befriend
No
Oscar,
longer friends.
and then I need to kill Oscar. So those are my 3 quests.
Then I got, awoken to loud objects being thrown.
Francis was having a day. Don't get on his case.
And then I was like, hey, chill. It's okay. We gotta get some diamonds and he'll be okay.
Yeah,
Bellows will break you.
Well, we're all going straight to killing the kid, and then what's his face, Buddy, was like, "Hey, I need to find a poison that can stop a heart." We're like, "Oh, maybe that way's better than us actually just like stabbing him a bunch."
You're just like full on like, I'll stab the bitch, you know?
Yeah, I need to kill a kid. Sure, why not?
I mean, guys, the diamonds just in case.
I know gentle repose. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I also know sword to throw. Let's do it.
Like, if you poison him, and it's just a little too much, and then he just goes, and his doesn't start back up, we're gonna need some diamonds. Fast.
The actual wording of the dragon was, he must have a taste of death. And Akira took that as, alright, I need to cut his head off. We'll see about that.
Oh, Akira's not very smart.
Akira goes all in everything he does. He half-asses nothing.
Okay, so a taste of death? What if you take this literally and you just make him a death cookie?
Listen, I'm gonna just order a cake from Travik that he roll another nat 1 on and see what happens.
Chocolate? A death by chocolate cake?
Travik is not affected by nat 1s.
Yeah, you can accept nat 1s if you want.
And that's a taste.
Travik is still affected by nat 1s.
That's a taste.
Not with his reliable talent.
It'll still not be that bad. But
still at 30. Or like
Anyway.
20.
Fucking 30 passive.
The way I do it is a reliable talent works unless you roll a 1, because 1s are funny.
You know,
Well, that's what
mimic
Messiah
extra
technically
thing.
now has in your game.
Of a sort. What
Yeah,
reliable
no, he
talent,
has it.
What reliable talent is any roll under a 10 is qualified as a 10. So the
Yeah.
minimum you can
Yeah,
roll is 10.
Vespaya has that now for insight, but it goes to an 8, not a 10.
Yeah, and it's only in combat for that one ability, I think, or is it everything?
I think it's everything.
It's everything. It's
It's
insight
passive.
checks only.
But it's literally only for in checks.
Yep. So the lowest I can technically roll is a, what was it? 8. So 16. No, 17. Lowest I can roll is a 17 on insight.
Yep.
Except for no one.
And I guess while the child murder talk was going on, Gallon was
Somewhere.
finishing up with Gideon. And basically Gideon was like, I never saw you. Don't fucking show yourself too much. And keep an eye on your friends. Like the one that saved you. So Benji boy.
Benji.
And yeah. Then Gal came back and just was told, yeah, we gotta kill the kid.
Well, we were joking about that. Didn't actually tell you that anything yet. Just you passed by me on the way we got back. I said later. Good night.
Okay.
No one was actually like, hey, by the way, need to kill a kid. Bye. How do you feel about child murders? I mean, that's news.
Friend news,
God.
Listen,
All right,
Zeno
If you went and asked Holt,
are like almost the same character.
yeah, if you went and asked Holson, Holson would be like, well, we got to do a child murder, but it's okay.
It's
What's
okay.
I'm just going back up to my fancy ass room. You guys can do whatever you want. As far as I know, we've actually ended the night. It's the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Gallon would have gone to bed.
You have ended the night. Or have you?
I hope so. I'd like to get my spell slots back.
You did.
Yeah.
But there is one thing.
Okay.
For Gallon.
Ah.
Okay.
You hear several little ticks at your door. Your window. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
little pebbles.
I'm gonna look out.
As you open up the window, you see a full ass knoll, just upside down, looking in.
Is it my boy? Hi.
You didn't check in.
Right. Shit.
Making sure you're not dead. Benji be mad if you dead.
Well, thank you for checking in. It's dealt with. The vampire is dead.
We noticed.
And the, I don't think the hunters know of your... I think you're safe from the hunters.
What hunters? Oh, those hunters. Okay.
Yeah. Gallon was like, really? For a second. Yeah. Alright.
Well, we got a 7.
Yeah, he does. Gallon has an 8.
Oh shit! Not that far of a leap in logic.
Really not.
Apparently not.
Oh.
That's rough, buddy.
But, Yeah. Thanks for checking in. You stay safe.
Okay. As he just like leaps from building to fucking building
Okay.
and then disappears.
I'm now gonna lock the window and go to sleep.
He was talking through the window. You didn't open the window. You opened the curtains.
Fuck, did he find me?
How do you think?
Sniff.
Sniff. Your blood is kind of everywhere.
Yeah. I did get fucked up.
Uh-huh. So, it is now the next morning.
Mm-hmm.
Full spell slots.
Full health.
You know, Francis will probably end up oversleeping past the beginning of training because he stayed up a little bit late. Oh, yeah.
I am muted.
I'm up
Yes.
2 hours later, essentially.
Yep.
How long does it take to cast this?
How much does a woodchuck chuck?
Yes.
Woodchuck could chucketh wood.
An hour! Jesus! Okay. An hour and 1 minute, I guess. I'm gonna be doing... Well, no, it's gonna take an hour. So, Holson's gonna wake up a little earlier than everybody else.
Okay.
Because, that's
As
just
per
who she is
usual.
as a human being. And yeah, she is going to get all of her little stuff out. She's gonna open a window in the bathroom, and she's gonna just lay everything out the way that it's supposed to, and then draw all of her things and get her incense.
Just starts putting things in places.
Things in places. She gets her incense, and she gets her herbs. She gets her charcoal, and she starts drawing the animal that she wants to basically conjure, summon to be her familiar.
Mm-hmm.
And then she'll put her little brass brazier down and put all the incense and the herbs and just set it on fire and let it burn.
Okay.
And then she'll she's just gonna whisper to herself. She's gonna do it as quiet as possible because Bella's in the next room. She doesn't want to make a big ruckus.
Okay.
But this is what I want my familiar to be. Now it can only be like 1 hit point, 2 hit point, blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
But I want it to take the shape of a certain thing.
Okay. I will acclimate.
Contemplate.
You know those little snuggle beast things that we had
Mm-hmm.
that I still have?
Mm-hmm.
Is it gonna be a doll?
No.
I got stats for that.
But I do want it to take that shape. I want it to be like, I think I have the little owlbear snuggle beast, but it's only that big. That's all it does. It's just,
I bought it and gave it to Francis, or Meredith bought it and gave it to Francis' kid.
No, she bought
I
it.
also have one.
Ah.
I bought it for myself.
There were
I
3,
didn't
and
buy it for
Bellows
no
got one
kids.
as well.
But I want it to kind of like take that shape and like have like the stitching and stuff, and it just basically I kind of want it to look like that. It has just a slight glow to it because it's a fey being.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's all. A little owlbear snuggle beast. So that moves now.
All right.
Curly's gonna be so jealous. Oh no, you're gonna be able to bait Curly with that.
You think Curly isn't going to, just grab onto that and just fucking run? She might be the most well behaved, but she has her own temptations.
That's
She has
okay.
her
I can snap
weaknesses.
that thing right back to me,
Yep.
so it's fine.
Gonna
That way,
tire her
you
Yeah.
can
out
feel
real quick.
that. And when I'm
Okay.
She's
ready
gonna
to have it
swap
back, I
it.
can
She's gonna swap
snap.
it with hers. You're gonna see how many times she can get away with that.
See how many times.
But yes, so it could take, I guess, it says like all of these lists of things that I could use it for, but I don't know. It's gonna be a Fae though.
It is going to be Faye. Okay. So as you put your little snuggle beast down in where it's supposed to be for this lovely animation thing, it starts to be encompassed by little sproutlings from the wood as it goes into the seams, basically entering in the doll.
Mm-hmm.
And then retract. And then it just starts to like wiggle and like move slightly until it like looks up, unblinking, and like lofts its head like sideways, like a dog that doesn't know what's going on.
I'm just gonna stare at it like, oh, I can't believe that fucking worked.
And
Yeah.
it just stares, and so does Blue, and Blue is like, what?
Also familiar. That's what she's going to say. So just have them like kind of get used to each other in a smaller space. I'll tell Blue not to keep the acid back when you touch this.
Mm-hmm.
Treat it like you treat one of my friends.
Blue just literally pushes it down
Well,
slightly, saying if it actually like get it, and it just like you hear the like the most squishiest like clap.
this is what I'm doing with my morning until somebody else. She'll not pay attention to how much time is passing while she's doing this.
Yep.
So if somebody else, like if Bellows wakes up and like goes into the bathroom, she's going to be seeing her do this.
100%. Like after 15 minutes of them just like running around you, Bellows like opens the door, looks down, looks up, closes the door. You hear another door opening, and you just hear walking downstairs.
We should probably go down to eat. And I'll pick up both of them. Just like
There's a
little
little
footballs.
like squeaky like poof come from the owlbear as you pick it up. And obviously you have Blue that just like whips around and like crawls up to your like neck. I'd like to make mention that your neck area is slightly different color than the rest of you.
It's the acid.
You technically have like a living jello bleach on your shoulders at all time.
Well, luckily she wears a collar.
Mm-hmm.
So all of her dark, deep black, purple, like eggplant, it's a little white. It's like a lighter black there.
It's a little gray.
It's a little gray.
So that's where that is.
I'll walk down. But I'm gonna, like, make sure, like, the snuggle beast just, like, looks like a little stuffed animal.
Certainly does, and just like lofts around.
And I'll just walk down to breakfast with it.
All right. You do so.
I'll wait for the children to arrive.
Wait for the children to arrive.
How dare you?
It literally takes about 5 to 10 minutes later that all the kids just start moving down without Francis. And Buddy would be arriving like a little bit before this. You see Curly with her little snuggle beast and like the most atrocious like curling mop of hair. It's Merida times 3. The curls cannot be tamed.
When the kids come down, I'll just like place the snuggle beast familiar on the table, and it can walk wherever it wants to.
It soon
How
as
dare
like,
you corrupt my children?
as soon as
what I'm
like
here for.
you put the snuggle beast down, Curly like runs up and says hello, and then your familiar just like does like the little like bear wave, and like I gotta roll for composure.
That's this kid's dream come true, or it's terrifying.
I'm hoping it's the kid's dream come true because Holston really wants it.
Cool. I need you to make a wisdom save.
Me? Me
And
or
Bells
the
will
bear?
Yes. And also Bellows. And I will roll for Buddy as well.
Wisdom save.
What have you done?
10.
Cool.
I have no idea, but I think your child has a banshee scream.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at this point. And you unleashed this. This is your fault.
Well, it's always good to know who you are.
Cool. Buddy failed.
I'm sure
How's
I failed
Bellows?
as well. Bellows. Bellows is probably also going to fail. She does not have the highest wisdom. Wisdom save. Well, an 18.
18.
So I guess she's doing great.
As just for in general, Bellows has spent time with the kids, so she anticipates what's about to happen and sticks her fingers in her ears as you make the save. Buddy does not. The save was 10.
Oh,
As
I
you
barely
hear
made
the
it.
most high-pitch, excited screech. Buddy is deafened for a minute.
Galen is now. He's gonna.
Actually,
he's
yeah,
gonna run
Galen, since your
downstairs.
passive is so high, I need you to make a save too. You fail.
I hear this. I hear this
You are
upstairs.
awakened, and you are deafened for a minute.
You just wake up deaf.
As I assume you just like fall out of the fucking bed.
Yeah. Galen is now looking around.
And now I have to roll for panic attack for fucking
Quill.
Quill.
Oh, poor guy.
I did one thing. Oh, God.
Let's see for wisdom. He has +2, so he's fine. He's just a little
He's good.
startled.
It was a loud noise
As
he
you,
was not
as
expecting.
like a huge fucking person just falls from the top bunk, I'm guessing.
This is actually when Gallon's trying to attack Quill and he just got caught. That's
God,
his mind.
oh, wait, I gotta do
that's a 1.
Tutu has disadvantage. He still saves, but he fucking runs into a door.
Wait, who did?
The Putu?
Oh no.
The waiter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Okay, so
He has a -1 in wisdom.
oh,
Doing great.
He's still fine, though. As you hear the most excited banshee screech. If she was older and made that high pitch sound, most likely glass would actually break. So,
I'll keep that in mind. That's a fact for later.
Gallons. Wait, so do I know where the sound came from?
oh yes.
Okay, then yeah, Gallon's gonna be running down.
You just like open the door, see the balcony, see downstairs, and you just see Curly just hopping up and down.
Gallon lets out a sigh of relief as he sees a weird fucking stuffed animal moving.
Yep, it's moving around. And yeah. Seems to be fine. It's just a
Some
scene
magic stuff
downstairs.
is happening.
You just see Gallon up there just holding his ears, and then he just turns around, walks back in the room.
So that's now happening. As you are bombarded with questions, Holson.
From who? Curly?
Who do you
Other
think?
children? She's been up for an hour thinking about these questions.
What's his name? How do you do that? When did you do that? Did he always do that? Can mine do that?
There's too many questions.
And they do not stop. You did this.
She goes to like answer each and every one of them, but there's another question. She's like, oh. This morning doesn't have a name. No, yours can't do that.
As soon as you said hers couldn't do that, she gets fucking quiet.
It can if you learn the spell. And then she'll explain find familiar. And I assume Emily is also at the table.
Emily should come down soon, shortly soon.
But she'll be explaining find familiar and just it's something my father
Intelligence,
had.
a disadvantage for the child.
Yes. She's explaining it in childlike terms.
Nope.
Yeah.
She's just like nodding her head, saying, "You gotta burn stuff." Okay, you gotta burn. You gotta burn flowers.
It's
Things.
something.
Make it smoky.
It's something that my dad does, and I learned how to do it. And if you want, maybe when you're older, I could teach you how to.
You explained it all. Scratch. And like bombards with questions and like grabbing and pulling, almost to the point where like climbing onto Scratch.
I'm going to make a family of wizards. I'm trying so hard.
She is asking for incendiary flash paper, as well as other herbs and things of that nature. She wants a bowl. She can get him a bowl.
I'm gonna make eye contact with Scratch and just like make the motion of like cut it off. No, don't do it.
Roll me persuasion. At disadvantage. Okay.
17.
17. He like looks at you like you started this and now I'm facing the punishment. It's not gonna happen. And then I'll let. I'm gonna roll intimidation for Curly. +3. Nope.
+3?
you not understand what you have started?
I
No,
am
but-
so
no, but
happy.
Hold on. +3?
That will go
Why is she
away
so
here in a
scary?
couple years.
Why is she so scary?
Why is she so scary?
The fuck does this kid?
She gets a child bonus.
Incredible.
Be
I don't know.
scared?
You know what? To be fair, some kids are fucking creepy
Oh,
when they
yes.
want to be.
Yep. Persuasion and intimidation are her only skills.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
They're also my only skills.
Alright. So, due to the ruckus, the rest of everyone probably would be coming around the mountain. As I'm assuming Akir would be showing up about this time as well.
Just whenever it's time to start training with the kid.
Relatively soon.
Gallon's gonna go downstairs with Quill.
With Quill. Quill has bags under his eyes. And that is unusual for a bird.
Why is he so stressed?
I can't imagine why.
I can't imagine why. This poor guy.
Go ahead, Steph. Okay.
He's just a wizard.
The wizard?
You're the wizard who was hired to train you, not fight undead hordes and stuff.
Yeah, and he's a nerd wizard. Fucking order of scribes.
What a fucking nerd. He wanted real life experience.
He's
I gave it to
getting all of the real life experience. He's doing shit that makes him a hero.
Yeah, he wanted the real life experience, and he did not say what that real life experience should be.
Here's the
Yeah.
thing. You gave him all the real life experience in less than a week.
Well, I work fast.
He's gonna go to the annual scribes dinner, and he's just gonna be sitting there by himself, and they'll be like, "Hey, we've gotten accepted into this library. I fought an entire army of zombies and lived."
Yeah, no, he has 2 towns saved under his fucking belt.
There was a Fey
What do these other nerds got?
There was a Fey
What do these other
uprising, and I
nerds
got
got?
punched by a statue.
They can write real fast? Fuck them.
I held up with my muscle bird wings. He's gonna be, told he's a liar.
Yeah, no, he's...
To be his character witness.
No, Gallon... Fuck, if someone tries to
Tell
bully
him to bring a
Quill,
date.
that will go so bad for them. Gallon will
Right.
finally use his intimidation. He, he has a high intimidation.
I'm not
Oh
even
yeah,
proficient.
my best
Mine's
friend
only-
is a vampire. What?
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
Shut the fuck up! Oh yeah, sorry. Kind of got it in the moment there.
Now I have to kill him. Look what you did. I don't have the charming abilities like fucking vampires. I have to actually fucking either bribe or kill. I only have 2 skills.
Feels really good. The bribe, not so much. He don't got no money. I can't wait for this dinner.
Oh, right.
The fucking wizard dinner here in 2 weeks.
No,
We're
no,
closer
no, no.
to a week and a half.
He's gonna get called a liar at that dinner. Luckily, I'll be there. Anybody else who wants to show up, that's what.
See, now
it
that's
comes
a
down
lot
to-
more tempting to be there. Just because of that potential right there.
Holston will actually start talking about that dinner to Quill when he comes to the table.
Quill ignores you and goes over and into the kitchen. Doesn't even care that there's people working back there. This boy is in the apathy stage of exhaustion.
Why is he so exhausted?
He's
been-
been to vampires yesterday. What the hell?
He's been very anxious.
He's been very anxious and also been helping you and trying to perfect your spell.
Sleep? No one's saying he can't sleep.
He actually has 1 level exhaustion.
He's acting like this on one level of exhaustion, wimp.
He's new to this. He's just a little nerd.
He's a baby boy.
I'm gonna get up and go to the bar and order him a cup of coffee.
Yep. He went to go just grab coffee grinds.
No, don't do that.
You know,
I'm so tired, he's just munching on coffee ground.
No, I'm gonna pick up his little bird body.
you pick up the little bird body, does not resist.
I'll pick up his little bird body, and then I'm not that strong, so
And he's
it's like
not that heavy.
It's a
He's
week
literally
old.
he is 20 pounds soaking wet.
I'll get him a cup of coffee, and then
Little
just take a
bird
sip on
bones.
that.
He has hollow little bird bones. You leave him alone.
I'll sit him in a seat.
He just sips on coffee. As a bird would.
How many sips does it get to the bottom of this cup?
Oh God.
One.
1, a 2, a 3.
It probably would take him 3 sips.
I hope that was the setup.
It was. It had to have been.
Yes.
Because there's no fucking way that would.
Wholesome. So I actually did ask about the appropriate attire for the ball or for the party, whatever it is.
Is it robes?
It's actually just like whatever you got that's magical and fancy. It's basically like any other noble party, but yeah, there's probably going to be more robes. And, I mean, even magic armor works too, so.
He's like, I have this robe, but I don't want to wear it. But I also have...
It's all about
This-
showing
this-
off your magical bling. That's what Travis said.
Oh, I have no magical bling. I have a ring. I have an arcane focus ring that my dad gave me.
Prepare
Several
to be
little
judged.
bags of sand. I have magical tattoos.
You're gonna get mean girled so hard.
I am the edgiest one going to this party. Let's be real.
The tattoos are probably a bonus, honestly.
You know, you're gonna run
This she'll
into
hold up her new familiar.
You're gonna run into that weird animal rights activist lady there, the one that's super hot and you got flushed it over and you're not gonna be able to do anything.
Oh yeah, that was the thing.
I'm gonna be very stressed the entire party. This is why I'm trying to invite people. The more people I surround myself with, the less stressed I am.
They're all gonna be mages too, so they're gonna be using illusionary spells that make themselves hotter.
I am hot as I am. No illusion needed, thank you.
Oh, you're gonna.
Well, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of attractive people that are going to be doing glitz and glam as well, so you're going to be one notch down just because of that.
Yeah, you don't know any illusionary
That's
spells.
a really nice suit!
You don't know any illusionary spells.
Yeah, you're gonna...
I don't. Because I want to set myself apart from my father, but my father is an amazing illusionist.
You crippled yourself by not trying to be your father. Oh, that's funny.
Maybe that's because illusionary spells are
What spells does
useful.
Quill have? Maybe I'll learn
all over
something.
again.
Quill
I'll
has
learn something.
utility spells.
Disguise self is a utility.
Mm-hmm. It only lasts for
So
so
you're going to
fucking long.
disguise self as yourself, but with extra glitz and glam.
No, she's
Yeah.
gonna learn she's gonna learn a third level alter self and just change herself entirely for an hour.
No,
Literally
No.
become someone else.
not a warlock spell.
Anyway, can I cast an into your god?
No.
Do you cast something to her?
I asked Wilson if I can.
No.
I have orders to attempt to gain her favor.
From who?
My god.
Not mine. I'll tell your god that you need my favor. Talk to my god. So, and that's not going to happen.
I already have your favor.
Yes, but you also need my permission. I'll tell her to shut you down really quickly.
I do not need your
okay.
permission, but it is nicer. But it is kinder to seek it.
I'm not going to answer you.
Advocate for me.
Why? What does this What does your god want with mine?
He wishes to make a bond with other dragonoid creatures
Why?
because it's power.
What if my
More-
dragon doesn't
more
want that?
The more allies you have, the stronger you are. If she is truly dragon, she would see the wisdom in this.
I mean, I guess I could ask, but
It sounds like permission to me.
Oh, and also you told me to
Not
contact.
contact
Also,
her.
alright. Also, you told me to contact your mother for reasons last night. I don't want to get a hold of her.
I could get a hold of her. It's fine. It's all right.
Okay.
Not right now. Don't get a hold of her right now. No, I'm not ready.
I don't know
Later.
her, so I cannot cast my spell to contact her anyway. Yeah, I literally was held by your god and had a conversation with her, so yes, I can contact her.
I mean, you met my father. Did you meet?
No, that was
No, you didn't meet
that
my
was
father.
Willie.
Willie? What? Willie?
Meredith. No, it was Billy.
It was
Willie.
Willie.
I know, but he said Willie.
I say Willie.
I heard Willie, and that's funny.
The guy
I
did not make it.
did God did not make it.
No.
I should have
I
just.
have a disguise kit. I could use that. I am
I mean, yeah,
proficient.
that's basically just makeup.
It's makeup, you know.
Anyway, I
You can
need to
put the prosthetic nose if you want.
I
No, I'm gonna just go Euphoria style. And,
hand I hand Holson a hummingbird brooch. This is magical. I haven't used it in a while.
you haven't used it?
Yeah, it's the scouting hummingbird brooch.
Okay. I will put it on. Thank you. Do I have to attune to it?
I don't think it was an attunement. It was one-time use.
It's not an attunement. You have to concentrate on it, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll put it on. What color is it?
It is literally looks like a hummingbird, but like more metallic and like bejeweled, like onyx eyes.
Will it go with my suit?
That's up to you. It's green, red, like a hummingbird.
It will not, but I will wear it. Because it was given to me.
What is that place where you need like little bits of flair for every like thing? I think it was in like office space or something. I forget. Either way,
I don't know.
there's a whole rant about flair.
Yes,
Either way.
I will thank Gallon, and I'll affix it to my cape that I have.
I'm going in my college robes.
What colors are those?
Good choice.
They're my robes for graduating.
Are they black or?
No. They're soft like cream with blue.
Nice.
like sky blue with ice inlays of thread pattern. So
So
yeah.
I have something for you to wear. You know,
Mm,
clip your cape together.
Yeah,
mm.
that's a
Robes.
good idea.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to go
Hey,
shopping for that thing that I just mentioned.
I need more of these. As he like looks in his coffee. I'm gonna get more of these.
No. You're fine. Where is the bird? Where is the bird that moves around? The waiter.
The Putu.
Yes.
He's right there. He's like trying to sneak in a smoke in one of the booths.
I will try to cast a message to him.
Okay.
Pull out a wire. I'm gonna just, and then
Is this one of the spells that you know?
I don't know it yet,
Okay.
but I gotta practice it.
You got to do your
Um,
casting ability.
Intelligence. We'll see. Or maybe. Thank you.
It does not go
Grab
through.
it now. She pulls it and she's like, okay. She'll yell to him.
As he like gets slightly startled and like quickly like throws the cigar into his mouth as he closes his mouth.
Your coffee's right here.
He just like nods his head as you see like little things of smoke coming out of the nose holes and the side of the beak.
Just hold his breath.
Seem like slightly like choking, but
Yes.
still gets your coffees and like puts them down and then runs.
And she'll look to everybody. Everyone's welcome to join. It'll be a fun time. I promise. You just have to wear nice things. You don't have to come if you don't want to, but
I mean, this armor's magical. Think that works?
I think so.
We just have to register our regents or retainers or whoever.
Pick a retainer.
It's your call.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what that
If
means
I'm your
either.
retainer, am I your date?
No. Usually it's a helper or bodyguard or assistant.
I look to Quill, assistant. I look to Gavin, bodyguard. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You don't have to guard anything, by the way. You could just do whatever you want.
I'm
Don't make a fool of
almost
me,
always on guard.
though. Anyone else wants to show
Get
up?
off the guard.
Wants to appear? Francis, if he's at the table. I haven't
up to
heard if he's
Francis.
down here yet.
That's up to Francis. I'm assuming no.
He heard his children screaming.
Yeah, but he's used to that.
He knows the difference between excitement and fear of this child.
He knows the hurt pain. All parents or like elder siblings know the hurt scream. So
Yeah, I guess she'll look to Akira. You're welcome to come if you want. You can figure out your role, I guess.
Don't sound too pleased to invite me. Jeez.
Well, I don't know what you do. I don't know what you would. I don't need multiple bodyguards, and everyone's so big here.
As a mage,
I mean-
I'm going as a purveyor of magic.
That's how it works. I'll ask, though. Well, I mean, Quill is invited on his own. You can go as his person.
I'm also going so Belos doesn't have a meltdown.
Oh, let's have a hotel.
Not
She's
sure.
not emotional.
Not sure if you remember, but magic makes her uneasy.
Well, yes, but she doesn't have. She'll look to Bellows. You don't have
Bellows
to
is
come if you don't
eating.
want to. You don't have to come if you don't want to. I know that it does make you
Yes.
nervous, and I know that it does. It's not exactly your shining area.
I feel
So I
like
just
that's a
think it's
challenge,
enjoy
but I
coming.
will ignore it.
It could be.
I choose to ignore it.
Okay. But yeah, I just assumed you weren't coming. So, you're invited. But
Mm-hmm. I'm
if you
still,
don't want to come,
mm,
it's fine.
I'm still mulling all over.
Well, I have to go pick up my outfit today if anybody wants to go outfit shopping with me. And she'll look to Galen. Just something to wear under the armor.
The word is
That's a bit
most
nicer
visible.
than your... like a collar or something.
I mean,
You could get some tablets. Go above it.
It's true.
true. Sure.
It's just a tablet of your...
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not the best at shopping for myself like that.
Holson will lean in really, really close to Galen and like whisper in his ear. Leaf blood red for fun? It's all on the nose there.
You think? I'm already riding a line with this as he points to his ear.
Bellows is like midway through sipping, is like just like instantly gets it. Excuse me.
But I have to go pick up my stuff. I'm
But
sure
yeah, I'll come
the
along.
person can make something
Yeah.
for you if you would like.
Now that she gets it.
But is there anything else on the plan? Any other plan for today?
I need to train with Oscar and drop him the bad news.
Is Oscar at the table?
Oscar is not at the table actually.
Oh, okay. I assume the rest of the children are, and now they know that there's bad news with Oscar?
Oscar went with Buddy. Basically got like 2 things of buttered toast. Quickly ate them as like walking away, and Buddy just followed behind.
Growing
Yes.
boy needs his protein.
He
Yeah.
didn't eat any protein, just
He didn't
toast.
eat any protein, just toast.
I know. That's what. Yeah, upset about it.
You're mad. You must eat protein. Snap it to the Slim Jim, bitch.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna go fight Oscar. I'll talk to you all later.
Okay.
Okay.
I stand up
Plain
and
women
I go,
aren't in the...
I go up, I stand up and I go over where the hell they said Oscar went.
Why are you? Why is he fighting Oscar? Why are you fighting
Explain
Oscar?
later. I'll explain later.
Bellows
Not in
is like,
public.
He's a challenge to my status and I must be defeated.
What?
It's a joke.
you have to be that.
I'm gonna start writing out a note to Galen because I don't want to say it out loud.
Boy, if you knew the message spell, you could literally
I
just
knew the message spell.
throw the message cantrip. You could just tell him.
I'm gonna write out a message.
Bell's confused too because this is new information that he has not been added to.
Yeah, no one
And
knows
I will
except for-
slide it.
No one knows except for Buddy, me, Francis, and Holson.
Well, I'm about to know.
Apparently, Bellows knows.
Bellows
She
knows
was there.
because she was hiding behind stuff.
Well, I didn't know that. I wasn't there.
But I'll write down. He has to have a taste of death. I'll slip it to Galen.
That's what you write.
That is
No, but
all that you write.
I'm writing it
Yes.
in Elvish as well, so it's not
That-
easily as readable.
That's all you write.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Meanwhile,
Galen just stands up and goes after the kid.
Meanwhile, as this minute passes for Kier to get outside, Oscar is doing, standard thrusting drills with the spear, with Buddy. Buddy does not have a spear. He has a, what is it called? A training staff, basically. Quarterstaff. That is what it's called. Thank you. Thank you, me.
Always happy to help.
Thank you, me. So, as this is going on, he is. Go ahead and roll me either investigation or insight.
Yeah, I'll do the one I'm better at. I mean, I'm bad at both, but I'll do the one I'm better at.
Insight. It's not perfect, but it's pretty darn good form. Just in general, it's well practiced. It definitely occurs to you that this kid has been training basically this entire time. It's good for a rookie, maybe a little bit too good. For someone that has been only training for a month and a week.
Give my hands on that power.
So, yeah.
I approach and I clear my throat.
Okay, Oscar. Akir?
I have it from here.
I'm gonna be around watching, Oscar looks confused.
You may not
Mr.
know,
Akir?
I do not know if you have heard it, but I have helped all of your father and your father, Galen, Holst, and all of them with their training, and it requested that I help you as well.
Okay.
I'm a font of knowledge. Now, I'm gonna wave my hand and I'm gonna summon Zara as a warrior.
Okay, you summon Zara as a warrior. She appears.
And I do change her weapons from her crescent swords, to a training spear as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just roll for javelin, but it will be good. This is a creature of my own making. No mind, no will. So you don't need to hold back. Show me
Okay.
what you have.
All right. I guess we'll just do initiative for Zara and Oscar. Let us do this one.
This one, how many initiatives does he have? Oh, music.
Add to turn. Get rid of Galen. Get rid of Francis. Get rid of
Not there for
Gideon.
us.
I shall roll. Natural 20. Uh-huh. Okay. So he gets to go first. This is neat.
Yeah.
What a memento. I'm going to go to the D&D Beyond thing. As I find Oscar. All right. So, as the combat starts, he gets to go first. He is going to do a stab first. 15.
Misses.
All right. That is what he can do.
Alright, Zara. 13.
13. That hits because he does not have any armor.
And then, like, offhand.
That
That one misses.
one misses.
But, yeah. So, like, technically it's having bludgeoning because of the training thing.
Mm-hmm. -7. All right. All right. He's going to attempt to stab again.
Nat 20.
And this is where stuff gets interesting, because I didn't expect it. As you see Grease take a heavy hit to the gut from the spear, as he counterattacks, you see... Oh, didn't mean to do that.
Here. It says 1d6.
It is 1d6. We'll use that d6. Plus, to the
But 3.
2. So that's 4.
Roll
As
5.
no, it's his dex
Oh, I
is
know.
2.
I know, but that means that he has a +3 to proficiency. Because of the 2 hits +5.
It's the thing that's inside of him that's giving this extra bonus proficiency, but he can't wield it. As he stabs through with a spear, you see an overlay of the Drake mail in this very, very light, translucent, smoky ash as he seems to focus in and stabs right through. So that's technically a natural 20, so another d6. And that is 5 psychic damage.
6, 11. Cool.
That is it for him.
As Zara's turn comes up, he hears steps forward. Halt! I said to see what you can do, not what it can help you with. I am here to get a reference of your abilities, what you, Oscar, can do. Do not use the Drake mail again.
The Drake what?
You don't know. I have much to tell you, Oscar. But that means that it is the one breaking the rules here. Very well, continue.
Oh, okay.
And then once he gets ready again, Zara will strike.
Hit.
And miss.
Miss.
6 piercing again.
-6.
Well, not again, but
5.
And Akira's just watching him every time he gets hit and every time he hits. Misses. AC
13.
is 6. AC is 16 for Zara.
Yep. 13. And that is it.
How is he looking HP wise?
He is at 5 out of 18.
So Zara will just strike once more. Is probably done. Yeah.
Yeah, he's knocked on his ass.
If just sweeps his legs and has him fall on his back, and then Zara will step back, put the spear up to her side because she won, and Akira will step forward. Interesting. Oscar, you show great skill, but I am concerned that you do not know about the Drake mail.
But he said that there was something watching me, protecting me. That
I wonder if it has the ability to hear now. Do you know about it? Is it sentient? Or is it a part of you?
I haven't. I'm sorry, Mr. Akir. I don't know what you're talking about. Really, I've heard about it from second hand. I've never talked to it. Doesn't talk to me.
I look like behind me where I came from to see Gallon like rushing up, like speed walking towards me.
Oscar's on the ground, Gallon, and he looks like he has been taken to town.
Wait, what?
Oscar's on the ground, and it looks like he's been taken to town as you run into the situation.
Quick question, Olsen. Do you try at all to stop Gallon when he stands up and starts going after Akira after you hand him that note?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay. Yeah. No. All right.
Hilton is in pure chaos mode today,
What is he?
so she's like, it won't hurt him.
So he's technically at full, but you know.
Yeah.
Seeing him on the ground, does it look like he's taken any wounds that aren't like?
They are superficial, and he has a little bit of blood coming out of his mouth. But that's standard.
Yeah. Gallon is weary. he's gonna observe the situation, but he's going to walk up to Akir now.
Akira just looks at you, side glances, and just holds my hand to tell you to stop.
The only thing I've seen is eyes.
Did the Drake male had eyes?
Drake male had eyes. 4 pairs.
Or
It's strange that I happen to know more about the thing that's inside of you than you do, and I just learned about it last night.
Yeah, 2 of them look familiar.
Come. I'll offer him a hand to help him stand up. I have much to tell you.
Takes it. Yeah. So you found one of the abilities that it just happens to do.
It is 1d12 psychic damage if you crit.
Mm-hmm.
And I will sit Oscar down, hand him a fistful of snow to put on his bleeding mouth and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I will tell him everything that we learned last night about Epoch. I'm not gonna hold anything back because Akir's not a deceiver. So it tells
the
him.
kid's life.
Yeah, he tells him that he talked to Epoch while he was sleeping through Vickery. That his name is Epoch. That Akir wishes to champion Epoch from him, so Oscar can go back to having his own life. As well as the 3 trials. I must face Epoch. I must befriend Oscar, or at least start gaining Oscar's trust. And then that Oscar must have a taste of death to pass it on to a new body.
Okay. Roll me a persuasion check.
What? I'm good at those, I think.
When you say that last part, Galen is squinting at you.
I'm gonna add my inspiration to it because that's actually I'm gonna re-roll it because I just want to,
Mhm.
and then add my inspiration. So 17.
17. Okay. He gets the first part. He gets the duel thing. He doesn't handle the death thing because mainly he doesn't know what the hell that means. A taste of death. He doesn't freak out, which is interesting.
Well, according to everyone, he's been very mature, so Akira's treating him like an adult.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Akira, could you explain that last bit?
What?
I wish I knew. I wish I knew. Epoch did refuse to elaborate. I assume by taste of death, you must either be beginning to die or have killed someone or something yourself.
Okay. It's
I am taking precautions to ensure that, if it comes down to it, you do not die.
that's good. Okay.
Oscar, if you'd like, I can cast a spell on you that can make your head clear. You'll be able to think.
It
with.
seems. I want you to roll me an insight check.
Okay.
As can I. But I do not wish for magic to influence him.
Okay, 12.
Yeah.
Okay. A little hard to read, actually. He looks like he's putting things in his head. You know, just putting stuff together.
I too have many spells I can use to help Oscar come to terms with this, but that will do nothing. He must come to the realization in his own time. I do not wish for you, Oscar, to be magically influenced in making a decision you may end up regretting.
Is this thing bad?
It seeks to preserve life of the children of his master. I would not say evil, but its motives are ultimately selfish in nature, making me think more of neutrality.
I don't think it's bad to want to save family.
Not to want to save family, but making sure that everything that gets in your way falls is not good.
Okay.
The difference between, well, a hero and a maniac is the limits that you're willing to breach. The hero will never perform evil deeds to achieve a good goal. That is my belief.
Galen looks like he's about to say something, and then he just stops.
And Akira sort of looks at you as he says this next part. Nothing good can come from murdering someone who could be redeemed.
Roll yourself a persuasion check on that one.
Galen looks appreciative of that.
Another 17.
Another 17.
God damn it. I have a +8.
Okay. So anyone can be redeemed?
I believe so, yes. In order
believe
to
it
be
too.
redeemed, they must want to be redeemed. There's some creatures out there. I'll stick with the most basic I know, the Yuan-Ti, who revel in the evil they commit. They enjoy it, and they have no desire to change. Even in defeat, they will lie. But I will at least give them the chance to attempt to turn their ways around.
I know a lot of bad people, and I know when I've seen evil. As he's like gripping his hands onto his like knees. I know what evil looks like.
It is difficult to determine whether or not evil can be stopped or if its influence runs too deep. But it is my belief that our jobs as the most powerful and most influential is to at least attempt to end corruption. And if it can't be ended, it gets put down.
Gellen's looking at you like you just said everything he's been thinking for the past 12 years.
Fucking Couch is like, the fuck it here, that's my shtick.
No, he is in awe.
One of the reasons I wish to take Epoch from you is the burden that comes with heroism. You have a family, yes? Those you care for, the other kids?
He nods.
The downside of heroism is that you're not permitted to have the quality of life that you ensure others can live. People like me, we will no longer be able to have a family. We'll not be able to raise kids peacefully. We'll not be able to live a normal life. Because our power draws others to us. People with power want to test against us. I seek for you to live a normal life if possible. Because by giving up Epoch, you could live a normal life and protect your kids by being normal. Nothing will hunt them or you if you have no power that is threatening.
I think you're wrong.
You think so?
Because I have proof. My dad is the biggest proof against that.
That depends. Do you consider Francis your father?
He is my dad.
Then he is also
They are all my
proved that
siblings.
Then he has also proved that my argument proved fruitful. Because his simple act of being useful last night got into a fight that could have been his end. Last night, when we fought the bloodsuckers in the sewers, he was drawn into that because of his power.
No, he was drawn into bad things because he wants to help people. He's a good person. And when your friends need help, you help them.
That is true. But it's not... That is not proof against what I am saying.
Being a good person can easily lead to an early grave. It's a
So
dangerous
doing
way.
nothing.
Living is not doing nothing. You provide for the people around you much benefit of the joy of your presence. I see the other kids looking up to you. I see Francis doting over you as you are his pride and joy. Your existence is doing it. Is motivating Francis to be a hero. Motivate your kids and your siblings to be better. You can't motivate them if you are not here. And looking at Francis's job, he has agreed to aid me in my quest. Which means that you will be drawn away for some time. The last thing you want is for Epoch to force you to go out alone when you cannot defend. Leave you to go out alone so you cannot defend your siblings. I will continue to train you so you can learn to fight. Because it is a noble goal to protect those around you. And I agree with it. If there are those you care about, fight for them, yes? But don't be the reason they are in danger.
Okay. And he looks like a little downtrodden.
We all start somewhere. You have the makings of a great hero. But this quest with the white dragon eggs will draw you so far away from your friends and family, you may forget what they look like. I do not wish for you to be burdened like I am. I will continue to train you if you wish, so you may defend your siblings with your natural abilities. After all, you're a killer with a spear, not to mean you can hurt Zara's the way you did.
Huh. Okay.
Are you ready for round 2?
Yeah.
I'll gonna put a hand on his shoulder and use my free use of Cure Wounds on him, just to help him.
He's fine.
I know he's fine, but he has the little bit of blood or whatnot. Just want to show him that I'm here in goodwill.
Yep.
And I will continue training him.
All right.
I'll use my inspirations on him, and if he requests so, I will also cast Enhance Ability on him.
You guys have fun.
Yeah. He does not request enhance ability.
All right. I
But he
gave him
does
the
come
option. I gave him the option. But if he doesn't want it, then more power to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Around this time is when Francis, I think, would be getting ready and walking lazily, not knowing all that just happened. That's not what Francis had planned.
Nope, but Akir does things his way, and they usually work out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Francis doesn't know, so he's just kind of walking down the.
You'd be coming down the stairs at the end of that conversation, going.
So as Gallon's walking in?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Gallon. Morning.
Morning, Francis.
What's up?
Your kid's hell of a spear user.
That's what I've been told. I've only seen a little bit.
He's out there training with Akir right now.
Yep, as I'm expecting that you're...
Break it up.
Oh, hold on.
I'm expecting your...
He's expecting something.
Yeah, okay. Is that better?
What's he expecting?
Sure.
Alright. It's what I'm expecting, Akir is gonna start getting to know Oscar a little bit, which should take some time. Then when everything is good and ready, I can break the news to Oscar, and maybe we can get him to, take some time to think about it, and yeah, everything's gonna work out fine. And Francis,
So is it charisma or wisdom to keep a straight face?
Now I know it's not gonna.
It's wisdom or composure. It's just a straight wisdom check. Oh no!
Yeah.
Passive insight. You don't need to roll.
Minimum is 10.
His face is says all that they did this conversation already.
Francis just kind of like blinks. You got a look on your face, Galen. Huh.
Over at the table, Bellows is looking over and like nudges Holson. He fucked up. Look at that face. He fucked up. I know that face because I've had that face. He fucked up.
Francis just kind of like takes in a deep breath, looks up at you, Galen, looks down.
Everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at both of you.
Can you do me a favor, Galen?
Yeah.
Can you please have a breakfast sandwich ordered for me and ready for the whooping I'm going? You're right here! I care!
Francis.
Francis is already marching on.
I'm gonna roll an attack for our good friend here.
Okay, but like, maybe we should get him that breakfast sandwich.
22. So yeah, the breakfast sandwich is being ordered.
Like, yeah, actually, look over points like, yeah, that should be done.
So 6 damage to her.
To Zara?
To Zara. He's doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Um,
And I'm just shredding.
Window that we could like watch this out of.
yeah, there's a window.
There's
like a bench, like with like an open double window. Kind of
No,
thing.
I'm following.
Yeah. So I'm guessing.
Well, I'll glance out the window.
Yeah, just like a little bit of a lean across the table just to see. I'm gonna roll secretly for his emotional state.
Is he going to cry?
Oscar?
Yeah.
We'll see.
I don't know. Okay.
All right. So Francis will march out. See Buddy sitting down.
Buddy is leaning. He is not sitting. He is a little tense.
No, just walk, blow right past him, and just looking out into the little training yard that they have set up. I care.
Okay.
Do you hear something shrill? Is our crow loose?
That's my dad.
Oh.
I
Good
care.
morning, Francis. Good morning, Francis.
He looks over at Oscar. Oscar, good morning. How are you?
Okay.
Okay. You just go ahead. Keep doing what you're doing. Akira, can I speak with you?
Oh, yes, I already told you the boy.
Yes.
Just, Akira, follow me, please. And he's gonna start marching, expecting you to follow.
I'm gonna turn back to Oscar, noticing that next strike. Try pivoting on your left foot next time. Put your weight into it.
Next attack's gonna be an advantage. Hey, 24.
Yeah, Zara's just blocking right now, so she picked up like a training shield, like ding 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 ding. But that was a good one. That wouldn't have been made past the shield.
It seems like he did a little twist on that one, like twisted the spear a little bit further, like uses the thrust and extends the spear to the end point of the grip.
Oh,
That is a very interesting move.
by the way, Francis, I am not following. We can receive nothing by being deceptive.
Francis just lifts hands up to his head. and just kind of like leans back, just angry, just.
I'm gonna get some water.
Do so. You deserve it.
And Oscar just walks in to get some water.
And Francis will go up to Akir and stand at his mighty 3 foot tall, looking up.
That boy has some talent. Was he always good
Yeah.
at spear fighting, or is that only because of the epoch?
No. Every single one of my kids have always had a talent for the skills that they've been interested in.
You should nurture these.
I do. I have. That being said, what the fuck? Akir, what do you think? What possessed you to just go straight for the jugular on this entire situation?
Because that's how things get done. We take our time, we call it a boy. He will not be ready.
Coddle him.
Must have.
That
He
boy has not
must
been
have.
coddled one day in his life. Alright? So don't go thinking that I was just planning on coddling. He's freaking 12!
And according to you, he's very mature, and I agree.
Maturity aside, he's still just a kid. Alright?
A kid
And there's
is
a
a
lot of
massive
things that have
burden
been
put on
happening.
our shoulders.
There's been a lot of things that have been happening that he doesn't know. All right, and all of these things would have been told to him when the time was right. What makes you think it's a good idea to tell him everything? Some things, yes. Everything.
Because he was ready. Again, this situation, delicacy will be a hindrance.
Gallon fucking squeaks in.
Buddy went in with.
Yeah, no. Gallon's sort of regretting not going in too.
It doesn't matter at this point, Akir, because it's already gone. It's already done. All right. But the thing of the matter is, what is he gonna think now, huh? Telling him that kind of thing now. Now, could you imagine the kind of level of responsibility he must be feeling now?
Yes, I can.
All right, that
And
in
we'll
its own
see.
right. Is he ready to handle these kind of things? I would think so, but the fact still remains he's still very young. All right.
He's very
So
young,
much
and
so that-
time is wasting.
No,
does not
the
have
fact of the
long.
matter is that a problem, a mistake that I made, he's blaming himself for. All right.
What
Now,
mistake did you make?
I thought, just by leaving them with the caretaker over in Newland Bay, that they would be safe, and I was wrong. Right? Not only was I wrong, Scratch, M, and another boy you don't know, right? Dwarven kid, really good with a hammer. They all got kidnapped. One of them almost died. All of them almost died. All right? And a mistake that I made, Oscar blames himself for. All right? As
Why?
mature as he is. Because they're family. They all care for each other. And he stands at one of the eldest among them. So he thought it was his responsibility to protect them.
Which is why we are training. I will not leave you powerless.
And training is a good thing. That's what we agreed on you doing. So you can start getting to know him some. And then once we kind of gotten a little bit comfortable in the situation, then we go ahead and we tell him as a group.
Do you think it would be a good idea for a stranger to suddenly take deep interest in your kid's life? Don't you not think that would instead push him
Is
away,
he your kid?
feeling alternative motives?
Akir, is he your kid?
You did not answer my question.
And you're not answering mine.
Because mine is actually prevalent. Yours is to make a point.
What was your question again, above board? I didn't
would
hear
he?
it.
The question above board is what would he think when a stranger immediately starts taking a heavy interest into his life? Would he not have reason to be suspicious, and then would the secrets kept not hurt him farther?
That's literally what happened when I hired Buddy to do the exact same thing that we agreed on, that you would start training him.
And I am. But I also told him what to expect.
Tell him you're going to be a stricter teacher. Tell him you're going to prepare him for a little bit more advanced techniques and stuff like that. Don't just straight tell him he probably needs to die.
I also told him that he might need to take a life. I had a chance to sleep on it. A taste of death doesn't necessarily mean that he needs to be the one to taste it.
And what made you think that that was a good... You see a noticeable, vein popping out of Francis's head.
Because if he decided to keep Epoch instead of agreeing to give him up, he would need to know the responsibility that comes with it.
And you know what? All that in due time. I don't disagree with you on that fact. The simple fact of the matter is it didn't have to be now. Just start training and get to know the boy and realize that maybe that may not have been a good idea.
I do like him. He is talented, spirited. You have a good kid on your hands.
Which is why I'm so cross with this situation now.
You may be angry, but what's done is done. If you wanted to hold off, then you should have told me.
You know...
Continue.
Everybody inside could hear this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Except for
they hear Francis's half. Akira's just calmly listen, it's done.
It's
It's very normal for Francis.
spaghetti out of pocket. I'm sorry, bro.
Yep. No, that's
Does Oscar look
Roll me an
emotionally?
insight.
I
Huh?
appreciate your love for your child.
22.
I have not seen a parent as devoted as you. Next time I will refer to you before making a decision.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you
Go
what
ahead.
he rolled. That was a natural one.
Oh, he's not doing good.
For his deception. Wholesome,
I know a lot of things.
his composure roll, I will tell you right now, was a 2. He is not doing well in any emotional regard because he has cut off every emotion because it's overloaded. This is very interesting for the sheer fact that a kid should not be this composed. You know that he is completely shut off everything, and that might not be his doing, but might have been a protective measure put upon himself. Basically, it feels like he has been put under a self-contained calm emotions.
That's what I was going to cast on him.
Roll me not an insight. Roll me a perception.
So a very good roll for me. 14. Not that good.
You see a glint in his eyes that is different from his normal brown eyes. My bad. Not brown. Green eyes.
Does it look magical?
You can roll me Arcana You can have a guess because the inside of his iris is crystalline blue.
Let me check one thing.
He does not look possessed. He is just overwhelmingly calm.
So I know above board, Quill has the ability to. Well, no, I won't. It's a ritual. Oh, he could also cast it normally. I'm gonna say that he prepared that spell today.
Detect thoughts or something
Detect
like
magic.
that. Detect magic.
And I'm gonna try to allude to Quill that
The detect
if he
magic
could like
is
look in his
ritual only because it comes from his race.
It says you can also cast this spell normally with any spell slots you have.
But I'm saying that right there it says ritual only because it comes from his race.
So it says you can cast it with any spell slots you have.
For his thing,
Magic sight.
magic side,
The Owlin don't have
but
that.
only as a ritual. You also can cast a spell normally if you have any spell slots. There it is. Never mind. So yes, he can.
Yeah, because I want him to do it quickly.
Wait, because of his race, I don't see that in the Owlin.
It was before I made him before the new release.
Look
This
to
is the
Quill.
ability.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. I'll try to like look to Quill and just allude that I'll kind of I would have just done a full like once over of this boy, and then looked to Quill, and then just kind of like suggestive. Like I don't want it to be like blatant, but like I'll point to my eyes as non-blatantly as possible.
Well, his back is turned, so he'll just cast detect magic and like peer, blink a few times, and then try to peer more. And like looks to you and is like, he has a light aura, but there's no spell cast on him.
Liska. Does he turn around?
Oscar?
Yeah.
Did you say it?
Liska.
Let me turn off this battle music.
Mm-hmm.
You get his attention. Oscar like looks to you.
Can I get you anything?
No, I just came to get some water. Until that stops.
Oh. Sure, I don't think it's going to stop for a while. Because I can still hear him. But, you want some food? Maybe more than some toast?
I think I'll get one of Bellos's meals from the kitchen. And like Bellows is like, what the fuck did you just say?
I will flag down the little bird man.
You too.
Putu.
Yeah. I'll flag him down. Can I have, I'll gesture to the top of Bellows' meal. One of these for him?
looks at her, and then looks at him, and then like was like, "You don't have to, I get it, but like, you don't have to, play pranks."
Do it, please. These
Just
assholes.
A question: is Curly playing with the?
Yes,
100.
probably.
She does not care about anyone at all.
It's like if Curly
No
like
one else exists.
kind of like a cat would, like it tries to like catch your fingers.
Mm-hmm.
So they're essentially just playing.
Yeah. Blue joins in.
And Blue does not burn anybody with acid.
He does not.
Hopefully. Okay.
But she's not going to break eye contact with Oscar, and just okay. It's on the way. Do you want to take a second? What was the last off day you had?
What do you mean?
I know you've been practicing for a while, but when was the last day that you didn't practice?
When Francis got home that day.
Recently?
That was like 3 days ago.
That was 3 days ago. Mm-hmm.
What if today you took an off day? Go do some fun things.
Like what?
What do you like to do?
Scrap just like comes around. We go to the park and we go running.
That sounds like practice to me.
Well, I'm not the one running. I have Vickery. She usually lets me climb on. And then we go running. No.
Fun for you?
Yeah. Fun.
You need to take a day.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Get above a 17. Fuck.
I do my best.
It's just, there's a false to persuade this guy.
Okay. Maybe you're right. It's going to be a while. I've had one of the lectures from Francis a bit.
Yeah,
So we got about 45 more minutes.
I mean, just go take the day. You and Buddy. You got an off day. Go hang out. Do something fun.
Yeah, let's go get some
ice cream or something. I don't know. Kind of cold. Don't do that, actually.
Let's go get some hot chocolate. How about that? Okay. As he like goes upstairs and gets proper like cold clothes.
Yeah, for the.
Does he look like he's like coming back into like a human, like who he is as a person?
Roll me another insight. It's not gone yet.
Does it look like it's fading?
If it's fading, you don't know how long this prolongs, but it's still there and pretty prominent.
I'll keep an eye out for it when he comes back as well.
All right.
Later tonight. I'll check his eyes again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. For the next 10 minutes, basically the conversation.
His eyes and his demeanor.
You know, the for Francis and Akir, just to expedite it, is just kind of like listing, you know, what, you know, just basically explaining what Francis expects Akir to train and whatnot. And it's nothing that Akir wouldn't already know. It's just Francis just laying down the parental law, if you will.
Do you want me to train him in a magic?
If he requests it.
Very well.
All right, and look, yes, I could have been a little bit more direct. I was a little
Flustered, I understand. It's not every
Yeah.
day you hear that your son has to die.
And if we can figure out a creative way of managing that where it doesn't have to worry about nothing, I don't have to worry about gods deciding they don't want to bring him back. That if we can do it without that, then I'm all for it. But again, at the end of the day, once all this is said and done,
I do have a scroll coming in, but the problem is it's unreliable. It's reincarnation, a spell that will create a new body for him should he die. I'm keeping it as a backup for me should I perish.
and you know what? That's
It does not rely on any god's power, but again, unreliable.
and you know what? That's an option. All right. What I meant by what I said when we'll cross that bridge when we get there is we'll start handling and dealing with the details once we get to that point. Just at the end of the day, this all falls on whether or not Oscar wants to do it, whether or not you get the chance to, attempt to take this, and that's all Oscar's decision at the end of this.
He said yes, he agreed, but it seemed unheartfelt. I will check up on him in about a week or so, see if he still feels the same.
I will find some time to talk to him. If not here soon, probably wouldn't be best. Maybe later on today, once emotions kind of get over. He's kind of had some time to digest what he's learned because it's a lot.
You should
I
learn.
mean,
You should know that he is unaware of Epoch. For some reason, he doesn't know what it is or how to summon it. Epoch just happens. Which means that he is passively influencing your boy.
yeah. And if Epoch knows what's good for him, he'll keep that to a minimum.
I should
Either
find
way.
Epoch sooner rather than later. That
And
may
if we
get
can
him
get
to
this,
back down.
trust me, I want this done yesterday. But with kids, everything's a process. Can't just jump in head first whenever you feel like it's necessary.
You're right. I never had a chance to be a kid, so I never knew what it was like.
Neither have I.
You
I
said
found M when I was only, what was it? When I was only 14 years old. Didn't have a lot of time to figure it out.
This is a
Yeah.
learning process. I will get better with it as I go. I am sorry.
All right. I'll accept your apology, and, I'm sure you can do a lot to help Oscar with or without Epoch. So,
And if he decides to keep Epoch, I will do everything I can to help him still.
that's the least I can ask. And if there's anything I can do to help you with your quest, I'll be sure to help you out.
Help Oscar
very
become
least.
more emotionally stable. He seemed sad with the news, and I understand why, but I do not know how to comfort a child with things other than stories.
That's why sometimes slower is better. They're smart kids. But at the end of the day, they're just kids.
And the kid with a dragon soul inside of him, but still a kid.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go see if let's go see where Oscar is and see what he's up to and see what's going to happen for the rest of the day.
If you want to continue training.
We'll see.
And Gallon's gonna finally stop standing there awkwardly and just head back in. He's just like, thank God all this resolved without escalating further.
Galen, where do you
He's
come
like,
from?
I didn't have to
Jeez.
pick up anything.
So
Galen, you blend in so well with snow. Jeez.
I would like to make mention that all the older kids are gone.
Mm-hmm. They probably went off to do their own thing.
And this happens shortly before Francis came downstairs.
And then the Francis's in quotes argument with Akir lasted a while, so Oscar's probably gone by the time we get up.
So Oscar is gone.
Mhm.
Buddy's gone. All the kids are gone.
Except for Curly.
But Holson, you know for a fact that Oscar went with Buddy. You don't know where the other kids went. Curly is still
see
downstairs.
them walk away?
Hmm?
Did I happen to see them walk away?
No. You notice that Scratch was the first one to disappear, and then M.
Mm-hmm.
Thorson, your doll is moving.
It is so fluffy. As you hear this,
Is she playing with hers and the other one, or just playing with Holson's?
Both.
Oh, okay.
Thorson, if it's possessed, blink twice and I'll destroy it.
Bellows looks at you and like shrugs the shoulders and does not blink.
You having fun, Curly?
Yes. You see
Kept
like
her
the
entertained for
ravenous
hours.
childhood, like this is a frenzy play.
Huh.
I know, it's kept her entertained.
Same energy as like the little girl from like Despicable Me.
Well,
Yeah.
but, well, I was going to ask M to do something, but apparently not.
Francis looks around. Oh, they took off already? Damn.
Mhm.
Let's see what they were doing today. Oh well. They'll get you back. They'll be back.
I'll tell, Quill,
Uh-huh.
you know we don't have to do anything today. At all. I know this stuff well enough on my own.
Oh, done. For your presentation.
Yeah?
I've been looking into some things, and apparently we're going to go to, somewhere not here, not the mage towers in the middle district. Apparently we're going to High District.
My
somewhere.
district.
Yeah, the dean sent a notice with details.
Oh, let me see.
That's fancy.
Mm-hmm. You get the details for the group, things like that. There was several different letters sent, approximately 4, held at the counter. Came in last night about attire, what you're allowed to bring, what you should bring, and in your little notice, there is the active saying that there will be a basically a small display on certain prospects, other potential apprentices.
Is it saying who's going to be displaying things?
They're displaying spell theory from first level to third, as well as works from other high tier mages.
So I assume
Kind of
I'll be
like
competing with people from first and third.
So
First and third. Because I can't do high tier mage shit.
the high tier mage stuff is those of Academy leads, well-endowed, like well-to-do, like teachers. Basically, it's for like Dean Chaplin and like other people like him or better.
Show off.
It's like lectures.
It is kind of like a swap, like a conglomerate of what would be the best way to describe it. I know,
Like a networking event?
kind of like a networking thing, but more so like showing advancements from across the archipelagos.
Oh, kind of like the PlayStation conference.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Okay, the PlayStation, like Nintendo Direct, stuff like that.
Yes,
Showing like
a
what they have in
Like showcase.
showcase. Thank you.
showcase. There, I was like, maybe if I name showcases, I'll come up to like the showcase word.
Yep. When Francis sees his letter, he just kind of like pushes it off to the side. Yeah. He kind of
Kinda
pushes it off to the side as he eats his cold breakfast sandwich.
What do I need to bring?
So,
What should I bring?
what should you bring?
I'm
if
still
you
gonna.
plan-
If there's a list of names of who's displaying things, I would also like to look them up.
You would like to look them up.
I want to know who they are, what they do, and how I can be better.
And how you can be better. The names of the apprentices, or people that want to become apprentices under these fine teachers and like scholars, tradesmen, mechanists, things like that, are not displayed. That
Because
would,
people would do exactly this.
yeah, to sabotage. Also for apprentice poaching.
Does it say how many apprentices are showcasing for certain types?
No.
Oh.
It's kind of like Shark Tank. You don't know who's there until you get there.
Now you got to worry about the fact that people are going to be showing off third level spells instead of your first level.
Well, if you look at like, you're just a beginner mage, the prospect.
What are you
I'm
talking
also
about?
doing
I'm the greatest mage.
I am the greatest mage. That's why I'm doing the most deadly magic, and they're doing illusion.
So
Anybody can do illusion. I don't mean that as a slight to my father at all.
in your hometown, your father just like retches and hurts my
Because
heart.
my mom's scrying on me.
Yeah. So yeah, there are several masters of the field that you do actually get names for. Um, So you get the names of 2 magistrates that are special guests.
Special guest magistrates.
Mm-hmm.
I misspelled special. So bad.
Special.
I put a G, so. Special guest magistrate. Did I get the idea that anybody could come to these high level magic things?
No, you have to be specifically invited or have some sort of what is it called? In? Either via scholarship, being head of your class, or
And through
kind of
Chaplin?
blackmailing the dean of a school.
We all do our things. So I can go. I didn't blackmail him. I just saved his life and wanted something of equal value.
Apparently, you wanted a lot of things of equal value, though.
Man, I'll thank him greatly when I become big and powerful. I'll credit him to my successes.
So,
Well, their names are the first names on the list.
Dovar Corain is magistrate. You see a familiar name of Cynthia. I believe that was her name. The magistrate, I believe, because Hunter knows this and Francis knows this. My computer broke its OS and deleted a lot of shit. So I am flying at the seams, kind of.
Well, I could not tell you what her name is.
Well,
without doing a deep search.
Just like me every day.
So
I haven't planned a single thing until it's already.
It deleted about 50 NPC pages worth of lore. So
not good.
Little sad about that.
If I remember correctly, though, she's the same magistrate that was talking to the dean the first time.
Yeah, the same dean I blackmailed. Yeah.
So Cynthia.
She's met me. I just kind of walk into places.
Cynthia Dorn.
Does it say what magic schools they're from?
They are magistrates. So basically, they are. The best way I could describe it is that they have the best all around. They are somewhat elites in 3 magic schools. But it doesn't mean that they're 20th level in each one. No, it just means they're really good at magic and dealing with magic.
They're elites in 3 magic schools.
Yeah, usually you have to have a proficiency and at least a large variety in specialization in 3 magic schools to be a magistrate.
I'll keep that in mind.
So that is what that is. So
I'll pick illusion as my one. Illusion, graviturge.
Yeah. You can definitely guarantee that abjuration is one of those. What is it called? One of those proficiencies or specialization.
Protection is always good.
Yep, abjuration is basically a key mark, but the other 2 specializations are whatever they fancy. Up for grabs. Cynthia Dorn, Dean Chaplin. Fox Riker.
Okay. Is he also a magistrate?
No.
He's just a man?
Fox Riker is a journeyman bard.
Which means he's been to college.
Yes. Journeyman bard. I'll mention this to... Is it Kira bard?
Yes. Really? Really?
Really? Really?
Maybe.
100% he's only a bard.
Are you, after the number of times I've inspired you, you're really gonna ask?
Well, I hardly ever use the inspiration.
You get
inspired
every
right.
time. Use it every time you train, because I give it to you.
You know, what kind of bard is he then?
Valor.
Just the Valor bard? Okay. I'll make mention to,
That's why I can add it damage and AC.
understand bards more than the bards I played. I barely understood that bard. It's a shock that I made it as far as I did.
Like a rogue is all.
Faces. Be
I'm
sneaky,
so
sneaky.
useful. Come on.
Well, she'll make mention and just, do you know who this Volksreicher is?
Roll a history.
Are you sure? I get a roll?
Yeah, you get a roll.
He's a bard.
I am a
Do I
bard.
get a roll
I
if you're
mean,
local?
no, I don't. Unless you want to give me
Yeah,
a reroll, I
no.
don't know shit. Unless you want to give me one of your rerolls, I don't know shit.
I don't need the information that bad. I just thought maybe it would be nice to include Akir.
Would Francis know?
Weirdly enough, you actually would have a role in this. History. Fox-Riker is one of the leading... Basically, he is the most deadliest journalist. He brings news from war fronts and things like that, inspires things. He basically supports and is a troubadour of the people. He has gone from the lengths, from the tip top of Unpos to
Oh.
the coastal beaches of the Kimbre Sands, and has some accounts of the Dark Marsh.
Oh, Fox is going to be there. Yeah, well, that's celebrity for sure.
The whole is just like, I don't know who this man is. So
He's basically a news anchor, goes to all the dangerous fronts and everything like that. He's been from one side of the world to the other, yada yada yada. He's a big name amongst the people, the voice of the people.
So he basically adventures like we do and writes about it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sasha Paulder, Dwarven Paladin.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Did you?
Paladin. Didn't say what kind of paladin she is?
No.
Oh. Well, paladin doesn't strike my fancy like bard does, so... And I doubt our resident paladin would know who she is.
No.
Yeah, I can't.
Like, this man hangs out with vampires. I doubt.
Ymir Gal-Shafir.
That's a fun name.
This is a name you don't need a roll, Akir.
You know who this is?
I know a fucking Ymir.
Yep.
Why is there a Ymir down in Waswari? What the fuck?
Ymir Gal-Shafir is basically I wouldn't say wizard, more like a hedge shaman type of person. They are a Luxodon.
Shaman.
A Luxodon named Ymir? What?
Mm-hmm.
So many different nationalities. going on.
Ymir Gal-Shafir.
Okay, so there's Irish with the Hedge Mage, there's Norse with Ymir, and then there's a mix. There's like some sort of either Chinese or Arabic with the.
Edge thing is like because she does arcane magic, but it is also entwined with healing.
So Ymir's a healer.
Basically a healer of arcane variety. Not of faith, or of more of nature, but not a druid.
Nature cleric?
Not a cleric.
No, not a cleric. It's a wizard. It's a wizard with access to healing spells.
Mm-hmm. That's
I
basically
don't know
what
any
they
wizards
do.
that are active.
Scary.
Yeah.
I tell Holston. Oh yes, she is Luxodon. Ymir is Luxodon. A very talented healer. Worships no god, however.
Interesting. She just
So-
does that.
A natural 2 coming in useful.
So, kind of like me or different?
No.
Nothing like you. You are an abomination.
You are
on you.
You're-
just say that?
You're a flaw in the eyes of God.
Oh, no.
For he has existed me to ensure that you never once again blot his vision.
Fucking saying is like, whoa. Whoa. I didn't do that.
Fuck
I
off,
didn't say those
vampire.
things. Right. Turns out a bat and fucking flies away.
Fuck off, Dampier. Could start calling you that.
God.
Turn a lot of heads.
No, not like you.
Alright.
Not much in the hitting things that make them no longer exist thing. More of the hitting them with magic and that make them no longer exist thing.
Like Francis and Quill Magic? And
No,
I guess...
no, Francis uses gun.
Wow.
And I guess now Wholesome.
I'm strictly a magic user.
Yeah, but not that kind.
No, nothing like Olsen.
No, I don't heal you, that's for sure.
No, I meant spellbook type.
Yes. Maybe? Yes.
Olsen will pull out her wands.
That's
and
new.
like this.
Listen, you have one to cast spell, I have giant fucking crystal. And
You know what? You can make anything a spell book if you try hard enough.
I also have a lute with that I can play 6 chords.
Boris Dalebreaker. He seems fun.
Boris
Bale
Dalebreaker.
Did you say Balebreaker?
It's a
Dalebreaker.
Dale.
Boris Bondbreaker. He'll
Boris
get you out of prison
Dalebreaker
one way or another.
Yeah. Boris Dalebreaker is the cleric of war.
Who knows that?
Just he's kind of the local celebrity for Austral.
Oh, so
Passed
Olsen or
by him like
Francis.
once or twice. And Wholesome Francis. Wholesome don't.
Yeah, you have been here longest.
I've been here
Actually,
years.
I might know it.
Galen, you know who this is. There's actually a small series on Boris.
Oh, yeah, Boris. Good person. Very good cleric.
Of
I know that they're a war cleric, but I don't know
God, I
which
need to
guy.
know.
Okay.
You
Oh,
can
one
stop
of
talking
them.
now. Yeah, you can stop talking now. You have given me everything I need to know about this man.
This
All
man
right.
hearts. That's it. That's all I need to know. This man fucking hits. Gareth Whist.
Gareth Wrist?
Whist.
Anyone?
Wistful thinking, let me tell you.
Do I know this name?
Francis might know this name.
Might?
Hold on.
I can't wait for a name that I know from back home.
The disadvantage, though.
A name you know back from... It's your vampire fucking sire.
Yeah, I'm not going to the party, guys. And you
Sorry.
shouldn't either.
Are you looking at these initials?
GW does seem familiar to you.
Francis just kind of like thinks up in the back of his head while he's chewing on his breakfast sandwich.
You remember stuff in the junkyard that were like in the nice useful designs that like a lot of people like scrounge up. Like it looks nicer than it should. In the state it's been. A lot of the pieces and stuff, you remember having to, good portion of like gears and stuff was put in that ball.
That Gareth West GW. It's I remember seeing that everywhere. Where? Something to do with metalwork. High quality metalwork.
Oh, maybe you could
Yeah,
talk
I
to
think
him
I
when you
would.
go.
Oh, I'm not going. Sorry. You really don't want me to go, Holson. That's a fast way to make a scene.
I believe this. I think that is the right call.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'll go if you really want me to. I'm not going to leave you hanging, but it's probably best that I don't. I don't like being around an entire room full of know-it-alls when they don't know a lot.
You're telling me that all those high-level people don't know anything?
No, they definitely know things. It's just the laws and restrictions of magic make it impossible to be creative, so they're all just big sticks in the mud.
Look, I'll keep that in mind, Francis.
Uh-huh.
You sleep well tonight.
I tried to? Why did that sound like a threat?
It's whatever you want it to be.
I'm just asking, why did it sound like a threat?
Whatever you want it to be.
Huh.
She's making direct eye contact with you.
I'm just saying, there's a reason why I quit magic school.
Listen, you know this name from several books that you looked at on Dunaments.
There's the one you've been looking for.
But it's not the name that you were recommended.
Oh.
Cassandra Tamir.
Is it the little hermit that I was recommended?
The little hermit, aka the guy that was in Blitzburg,
Mm-hmm.
is not this person. It is the next one below.
Oh, I don't know how to spell dunamis, so that's spelled very wrong.
D-U.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's D-U-C, but it's not. Damn it. Now you got me questioning it.
I wrote D-U-N-A-M-A-S, and I know that is wrong.
Isn't that it?
That's Dunamancy, yeah.
Is that how you... Dunamis?
Dunamis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'd be D-U-N-A-M-A-S.
I just put an S instead of an Ancy.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what it'd be. Yeah, I think that would work.
It just looks very wrong.
It does look wrong. There are a lot of
wrong. But, yeah, a lot of things are wrong.
So Cassandra's the really popular Dunamis lady.
Cassandra is the head of Dunamancy.
Harry.
But this next person was her student, from what you know.
So many names.
Yeah, it's a lot of names. This is what happens when you not want names.
I do want names. I want to know who's there.
Mm-hmm.
I need to know who to impress. I'll be calling my mom after this. I'll be calling my dad. I'll be calling my dad. I don't know how to call my dad, but I'll be trying to.
You'll be trying to.
I'll figure it out. That kid's got some spells.
Have to know Two. Un momento.
All these names. Someone else can take the spotlight for a minute. Because I'll need to figure out what to tell my father when he shows up.
The only thing Francis is going to work on, since all the kids went off to somewhere, is going to talk to Curly, ask what's going on with the thing, what happened, why is it moving? Because if she decides she wants one and is going to burn things for it, Francis is going to do something about that.
Akira's just gonna help anyone with training if they want it, and then do his own training.
So 100%, like, you get the mile a minute response from Curly. Also made it, and it looks like this, and like apparently you can burn a bunch of stuff into a bowl.
No. We're not burning this stuff, but I mean, like, she made a familiar. That's what she made. She made a familiar. She made it a familiar.
Yeah, it's pretty familiar. I have one like this. This one, but it doesn't move.
Do you want it to move?
Can you make it move? Can you make it move? Can you make move?
I know how to, and I can, but it's technically temporary.
What do you mean?
As in, temporary? Whenever I'm not in the middle of doing anything, that might be considered dangerous. Not forever, just most of the time. Is that okay?
Yes. Yes.
All right. I'll use one of my 3 artificer infusions to make it a homunculus, technically, like Palmer.
All right. So you take that. Is it an hour? Or do you have to do it at the beginning of the day?
Technically, it's the beginning of the day, which we technically still are.
Technically, yes. So I'll give it to you.
Because I can have up to 3 infusions. I haven't done anything with my 3rd one yet, and that's why I'm telling her it's not always, because I might need it for something. But yeah, and I give it the command to listen to Curly. And now this one's actually very lethal.
You know, I gave her a fun toy.
Fucking, like, gives you the biggest hug, tries to lift you up, but definitely can't.
Yeah, like I said, it's gonna be like that at least for today, maybe tomorrow if you're good. Alright? Now, it'll listen to you, it can also fly.
Because also just ignored everything, has called towards Holson's, and just started running. Upstairs to do something.
I'll look at the little familiar. Follow her, guess, you know. If you get bored, pop back here.
Just like walks, like waddles a little bit, and then falls off the table in a roll, gets back off, and just starts running up.
Careful now.
Don't get squished, because I do not have the materials to call you back.
But you had all the materials.
I think I have one more, but I don't want to use it.
Well, it's Curly's now, and the only way you're getting it back is through either poofing it, which will make her sad, and, you know, Francis wouldn't enjoy that.
Oh, I'll get it back. It's mine.
It's Curly's now. But yeah, no, the only thing Francis is going to be doing is being inside the room while Curly plays, while he's working on his...
Give her a literal weapon.
She doesn't know it's a literal weapon. She doesn't know the commands.
What happens when it says, you told it to listen to Curly? Be like, what happens when it says something vaguely similar to a command that could be shoot or attack or
Familiar versus homunculus.
It's gonna lose.
The homunculus can fly.
100% you hear fight from upstairs.
Oh shit! Francis chokes a little bit on his food as he starts running up. I got it!
Hey,
I'm
Akir.
gonna snap my thing back.
Start hearing Mortal Kombat up in the top room. Oh crap!
Finish him.
Finish it.
Yeah, I'll snap my thing back if I start hearing things like that.
There's actually some training I need to do that I could use your help with.
Of course. Let's go.
All right. And
what do you need?
I need enhance ability wisdom.
Okay.
Ooh, hold on. I'm going to take my little pearl that I have and just pat Gallon on the face. You do it just in case you want to reroll or something. It's Gift of Alacrity, but really, if you don't do it right the first time, try again.
Gift of Alacrity just gives them a D8 on initiative.
Yep. So, if you don't do
Do
it
anything
right,
else?
No.
you can always, at least you got a plus D8 to your initiative, man.
I'm
Yep.
ready.
Keep fight. Go right ahead.
Hold some
Thanks.
boxing health, though.
Yeah, she doesn't know how other spells work yet.
Galen likes being more prepared. He's happy with this.
You suddenly you feel more alert, like a deer out in the woods. Everything's out to get you.
Trying to kill you. son.
Everyone is a vampire hunter.
You're all gonna turn on me.
Fight and you get attacked by vampires again. Have fun.
100% as you get up there, you see like little paper bad guys with holes in them.
Francis just kind of blinks and
As
looks
you
over at
see-
Kelly.
And you see, I don't know where he went. As you just see the owlbear like open up its like cloth mouth, as you see like basically just breath weapons, like a spear of just air into these paper people. As Curly is looking around for the other owlbear that's supposed to have been moving.
God,
Did
I
it just disappear?
heard fight and I said, mm-mm.
Also, Akir. Gonna get to a private place and ask this one.
Yes, last 8
so
hours,
before-
just so you know.
Oh, really?
It lasts
Yeah.
way long.
Okay. You know
It's
what, I'll
not
take that.
Just in
concentration.
case you battle something else.
I'll take that. I'll ask you to come up to my room before we.
Well, not
I mean,
Galen. Not Galen, I'm touched, but I have Zara for such things.
Not what I meant.
That took a turn.
Bello says, "Stop drinking, stop eating." Is just like looked up. That's it for the day.
All right. But yeah, no.
I'm going to go dress up.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Quill go do whatever he wants. You have a free day. Enjoy. You know. Bye.
Go.
I'm gonna go to the room.
I'm going to work on my spell.
Where's Quill work on his spell at?
In his room.
Oh boy.
Is he also
Technically, you're right.
showcasing his
Oh
spell?
boy.
You'd never asked.
No, I didn't.
Quill's about to witness something, maybe.
Quill gets to the room as soon as you guys get into the room.
Hey, Akira, I need you to check something for me.
I-
Walks in on you. Oh, hi.
Hey, hey, Quill.
Hi.
This
My room is open.
don't freak out.
Alright.
I'm gonna tell you right now. That is not the best thing to start out with.
I'm sorry, but I'm just close the door. Akira,
Sweats and bird.
can I?
Listen, if you want a recommendation, I know a guy with great skincare down in Wasardi. He can help you get your complexion back.
Which one are you talking to? Me or him?
You are the bird. You do not have skin. You do not have skin complexion.
I've dried out oils for my feathers. Sounds nice.
I think I'll be fine, Akira. But thanks.
Sure, it'll do wonders for hiding your identity.
I honestly think that what I'm about to ask you is leading me towards that. I think.
Where are you going to kill me?
Should I go?
No, you don't need to go, Quill.
Am I about to witness a murder? I don't want to be an accomplice.
There's not going to be a murder. I'm just asking if I can feed.
I'm too young. What?
Quill, you're not going to die.
Yes.
And I'm not gonna feed on you. And
Good, my hollow little bird bounce wouldn't take it.
but yeah, Akira, can I feed?
You just drank for me last night.
Oh, do you have potions? You have potions.
I know. It's
Well, the thing is, isn't your feeding once a week?
Yeah, but there. Yeah, I'm about to tell you a reason. The more actual blood that I drink, the stronger I'm gonna get.
Okay.
Now, so it'll help all of us, and I'll heal you again like I did last time.
Like a petrified bird. He just stands and stares in horror.
Oh, wait, so Akira said okay?
On one condition.
What's the condition?
You have to help me get the stone.
Which stone?
I have to get the artifact from my lord. The longer we center our laurels.
Yeah, you stone.
Oh, I was already gonna do that. I was already gonna do that, so okay.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, you're my friend.
Because I am deeply homesick.
Yeah, I'll help you out with that.
Alright, have at it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna do something though because it's secretly funny.
Oh.
I'm gonna cast protection from evil and good on myself just in case he's just in case for some reason he's turning more undead or something.
Okay.
I don't know, he's affected by it.
Well, he is.
I'm not affected by those effects.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
23.
Okay.
damn. Alright, so 7 lay on hands.
Ah! It hurts so bad.
You just see the look of horror intensifies as every feather just curls and spaces out on Quill.
Why is it so cold?
Callan's stop. You're making it worse for the poor.
You're making
It's like being stabbed by ice.
He does not fly out the window.
Okay.
Tell me, Quill, are my skills still bright? Am I still brilliant?
We're teasing Quill right now.
I need an adult.
Torturing him while Gallon is
Sorry.
feeding on a Kier.
Within the next week, I fully expect Quill to be that college roommate who just doesn't give a fuck what's happening in the room. Just goes about his business, brushing his beak, combing his hair, while they're freaking Gallon feasting in the corner like an animal.
Yeah, no, I actually, I
It's gonna be that, or Quill's gonna start going to like Colson Bellows' room.
What I want to do is, as soon as guy lets go to me, I want to roll deception and drop down to the ground like I'm dead.
Stop it!
Either performance or deception.
Oh yes, performance.
Stop!
26.
No!
And now I have to roll insight.
Gallon knows you're not dead. He can
I don't
just
know.
hear your heartbeat.
I don't know, with that high ass performance, I might be slowing it down.
I don't know if you can stop your own heartbeat, man.
He 100% believes that you just killed a man.
Oh my god.
And now here's Quill in the corner, losing his religion.
Making that 26 ride, Akira will start like twitching and then like rise slowly. My master.
Okay, this is bad. Because now I'm going to roll. I'm going to attack you both. It's going to happen.
Fair enough.
What spells?
What a great performance, pal.
Hey man, bards.
You're such an asshole.
Why did I do cast wisdom on you?
Cool.
Hey,
Yeah. It's
Did I
because I'm
already
gonna
guess
do
that?
mine. Yeah, you. Well, no, I don't think you did. But
Okay, so he's going to move to the window, use his interaction to just open it. And then I need Constitution saving throws from both of you.
Oh, I think I know which one you're about to do.
12.
You fail.
4.
One.
And you fail.
You gotta reroll, guys.
Oh, I'm not doing that.
As you take both 10
So I
points of
did 20.
damage. Each creature.
Wait, did I just?
Well,
say
you have a
20?
+8 to your initiative if you want to actually fight Quill.
I'm not gonna actually fight Quill, but did I take 20?
Is it a natural one?
Yeah.
Then you took 20.
Cool. I'm at 46 HP.
He got you like right in the eye.
That's a sick hit from Quill. Gallon's happy about the hit at least.
As both of y'all are covered and stuck in ice.
Akira likes to sort
Your
of like rub.
speed has been reduced to 0.
Akira will shake his head and just like breathe fire into his hands. So this is what it takes for you to actually put out the big guns.
And
He'll also be there for a minute.
he runs.
Quill, he's
Can't move.
Quill, he's
Can't move.
lying.
It's not lying, it's acting. There's a difference.
So you're in there for a minute, or until it or another creature within reach uses an action to break away the ice.
Well,
So,
Akira and I are next to each other, so yeah.
You
Fuck
just-
it, why not?
Walking downstairs to go get a trash bag for all of the pieces of paper and just walks past the room.
I don't know what was that flash check. I rolled it.
No, it's literally just an action.
Oh.
There's no check. It's just a.
So
Is
is
that
he
right?
just gone?
Well, I guess-
Francis, when you break out of the ice, Francis is just staring at you from the doorway.
The door was closed, but you
Oh.
100% see the fact that there's ice that is the door. As
He also
there's a-
heard Gallon pain noises.
Yeah, if that door was open, it would have shot 30 feet into the open area.
Jesus.
I'm pretty
So
sure
all I
it's
hear is like
Holston and
grunting.
Bellis' room across the hall.
So what? So I can't. So the door. I thought because you said he ran away. He didn't run through the door. He ran out the window.
window.
Ran out the window. That man can fly.
But Gallon's
So
still
just-
faster.
Yep,
Yeah.
but he doesn't have a fly speed.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes, he
but even
does.
so,
Gallon.
No! No! I will not traumatize him like this!
Oh, I was gonna give you bat wings.
What?
just knock, knock, knock. Are you two okay
You're
now?
sitting here hurting his emotion.
I'm not hurting nothing.
I need to roll
Oh, man.
something in private for Quill.
Gallon yells out the
Because you are both emotional terrorists.
I didn't do it!
It's also not emotional terrorism. It's called fucking with them.
You can blame
But-
it all on me.
But yeah, I guess I'll just use that as legs to break the door open. Just Francis.
the door opens.
Is everything all right?
Oh yes, it's playing a plank on Krill. He was not a good sport.
I did not. I didn't know about the prank.
Oh, I thought we had like a scene going on.
No.
But you acted so well.
All I know is that this is both of your problems to fix. I'm gonna go. I got an army of papermen to clean up.
I don't want to
clean up
track
every
him
day.
down because he'd just be terrified.
Your problem to fix. Francis is walking off to get a trash bag for the the paper genocide that is in his room.
There was more confetti, people.
Okay, Akir, come on, let's find him.
All right,
Okay.
here. Let me give you bat wings.
I do not do that. Dear God, that is the most.
That's from your fucking loot, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it.
Pretty neat.
Alright, fine. I can cast fly on you and give you no wings. That's why you can.
Do I need to fly? He flew away, but like he has to land,
Yes, we don't.
and I'm good at tracking. Alright, I guess let's fucking find him.
You know, after seeing him fight the undead Houndmaster, I figured he had a tougher stomach than that.
He has been coming to terms with just sleeping in the same room with me.
Oh, by the way, you said you'd heal me.
Yeah, I did. The 7.
He didn't heal me for the 10 cold damage that I caused.
I didn't cause nothing.
If you want the other. Fine. Take it.
Take the other 10.
Yeah.
Poor man.
Alright,
Anyway,
Let's find him.
He just wanted to practice
Nah.
his spell in peace.
then why did he follow us up to the room where he knew
He
that
was,
Gallon and I were going?
Because it's his room.
He could have waited.
Gallico said,
Hey,
"You wait
you
outside."
guys didn't put a sock on the door.
That is true.
Gallon said he didn't want to do that.
I told him. I told him what I was gonna do. I told him what was gonna happen. But then Akir was like, "I'm fucking dead, and now I'm a vampire."
I think you'd be able to tell the difference between a vampire dragonborn and not vampire dragonborn.
It's cloudy here. There's not really much of a tell.
I don't know.
Besides
You
the
don't
fact that you already have sharp teeth.
Yes,
And,
they got sharper
and-
teeth.
and Krill has the basest knowledge.
And also, so you know, he's also suffering from 1 point of exhaustion.
I'm just gonna cast Sending. At Quill. Hey Quill, it was a prank. Don't worry about it. Come
Roll me a persuasion check.
back whenever you want. 20.
Okay. Not funny.
I've been crying.
I think he would be because his friend just fucking murdered someone in front of him.
Alright, I did send in spell to him and let him know of the prank. He believed me, but he said it wasn't funny. So, got to figure out what his sense of humor is.
Something that doesn't make him fear for his life.
Against a person that he already technically still fears.
Yeah. I've been kind of working on this trust thing.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on you via loot.
Thank you.
Alright, my fucking god. Alright, and then one using spell slot. There you
There
go.
it is.
Hey!
Hey. Okay.
Does Quill come back?
Yes, within like 3 rounds.
That's so far.
He
Is,
dashed.
Yeah,
He
cool.
may
How's the
have
weather
dashed
outside
and
today?
also not funny.
I had
You
no
spell
clue.
slots.
I had no clue he was gonna do that. And also, good hit though. That shit
Yeah.
hurt.
Yeah. Why did it take me dying for you to pull that out?
He scares me more than you do.
That's fair. I don't want you to fear me.
I also don't want him to fear me, but his fear is completely understandable.
He no longer has his two second level slots, as he used Vortex Warp as well.
Oh, but you can't use Vortex Warp on yourself. It specifies that you have to use it on someone else.
See a creature within range,
Yeah. That's not
another
yourself.
creature. So that is not himself. So he's
still has
Misty
one
Step.
Ah.
Misty Step and Dash.
Alright, Garland. Hold still, and I cast Enhanced Ability Wisdom on you.
Okay, now, this one... yeah, Quill, this one might make you uncomfortable.
I already know what he's doing. He just needs my magic.
You do.
So, listen, I'm gonna warn you as to what's gonna happen.
Okay.
What's gonna...
Alright, but also here's Bardic Inspiration.
Do I need to get in the tub?
I am gonna...
Do I need to vacate the premises? Galen, tell me what to do.
Alright, I'm gonna try to tap into my power, and I'm gonna try to... So, my body is gonna physically change, maybe, if I can.
Okay.
You're gonna try to control it.
Yes.
Oh, fascinating.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'll watch.
Because... Alright, do you remember... Do you remember that door? Down in the sewer?
Yeah.
I managed to tap into the strength and do that.
Quill wasn't with us.
I know Quill wasn't.
You told me about it, yeah.
Oh.
So, that's what I'm trying to do here. And I will roll with D8. 20! Let's go!
20. As you see and feel yourself tense and bulk up slightly, as your nails become slightly pointed, ears pierce out, skin fade from that rosy color, fangs start to protrude as your eyes cast over with blackness. And where your eyes were are now two very I forget, was it red or gold?
It's like red and yellow. It's like fiery. It's like
orange.
it's like the eye from Skyrim.
Okay. So like somewhat fiery orange, like
Saruman.
embers. Saruman. Form a ring in the center as you see slight bloodshot veins going into it. as you feel that power well up.
Okay.
As you start to also get a little bit hungry.
He just ate.
Yep.
Yep.
Takes some calories to do this.
Gallon's just gonna try to sit there and hold it as long as he can.
Okay, so there's going to be a wisdom and a constitution.
Check or save?
Check.
It's a wisdom check.
Check.
Oh boy.
Which is still an advantage. Well, it doesn't matter.
I'm gonna re-roll.
Gonna reroll.
Okay.
11.
19. No,
19.
you're right. 11. No, you're right. 11 because reroll. You take the first one.
Yep. So 11. It lasts not for that long. You hold it in, and then constitution.
16.
But after coming out of it, you're able to resist some of that hunger. And you don't feel faint.
Okay. That
You know, I don't know what to make of that. So I'm just gonna pretend like it was normal.
thank you. It
Still, how are you holding up?
yeah.
He's doing good.
Okay.
He's actually
Good.
taking down notes.
You're gonna become an expert in baptism in no time.
Seems like your blood moves so fast, but your skin strange. Just writes some notes down.
Here's an idea, Galen, I just had.
Hmm?
You'd need to drink blood, yes? Like, you
Yeah.
need to.
If I don't, I would go feral.
Is there a difference between old blood and new blood? Oh, as long as it's still in the person.
Liking this is a you call?
So, are you asking me dead man's blood versus regular blood?
No, like old blood that's circulating through the body versus new blood that your heart's freshly pumping out. That's straight from your bones type of blood.
Okay.
Because, you're constantly killing, or your cells are constantly dying and being replaced.
Yeah. So you're basically asking the difference on if he's going for the vein or the artery?
Yeah, because the way I'm thinking about it is that he might be able to get tastier and more refreshing blood if he drinks blood from someone who has a high heart rate, because it's getting the fresher blood through the body faster.
100% it's a enjoyment out of the hunt. That type of blood does taste better.
Because I was watching House of Ashes playthrough from the new Dark Anthology, whatever it is.
I don't know.
It's the same people who made Until Dawn.
Okay.
But in the game they explain that the vampires actively go out of their way to scare people, because scared people get more and more tastier blood because their heart is racing.
So definitely there's that fear aspect that makes it taste better.
All right.
If I were to say, get my heart rate up, jog, do push-ups, do something, would my blood taste better for you? Or if we were to find some unfortunate bandits, some scoundrels in the streets?
Unfortunately, it is the emotional state of the creature that makes it tastier. Not the physical. It's that weird slight bit of supernatural.
Go scare the hell out of a mugger and drink
It's-
him.
I don't
We're not
want
just
to
random,
drink
like
a
random people, are we?
No.
Not random people. Don't go to fight him as a person. He's a monster. So yes, drink him.
I'd rather do it to someone that hurts people more. Kills. Someone that is... I can't just drink off of a random mugger.
I mean, you can. And he'll stop haunting around in the dark.
I'd rather not take a life.
I'm not saying kill him. Scare the living fuck out of him.
But then...
Witness.
Yeah.
And then kill him.
And that's why I don't want to kill them. I don't want to... I especially don't want to drain him. 'Cause that
Never
pulls
drain
a
someone.
lot of it. Gallon goes quiet.
Looks at you.
Gallon goes quiet for a second.
Have you ever sucked someone dry?
Yes.
Ooh, how was it? Did their skin begin to wrinkle up? Did their muscles fade?
I'd honestly rather not reminisce on it. But they do.
I am asking for academic purposes. Therefore, if we have to deal with another one of you, we can identify an evil one versus good one. Because I'll be honest, if you were against me, I might be afraid. But I know you're as harmless as a mouse. You might be able to spread plague, but you will not intentionally hurt someone.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess that's a good way to put it.
I'm bad at analogies.
Yeah, no, it's a good one. Alright. For academic purposes, they kind of do. They're losing all of it at once. And it does taste better when they're scared.
Now I got a question for the gods of how did they not find pruned up husks around the city?
Well, that's because I don't think those vampires just did blood.
Oh, right. We opened up the body and there's literally fingers in
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, there's flesh.
Alright. Well, you still have this enhanceability for an hour if there's some training you want to do. Have fun. Otherwise, I'm gonna go talk to Horson about her training.
Alright. You, have fun with that.
Horson! You run downstairs.
Why? I'm in my room.
I'm going to.
I'll run to your room.
I'm going to do this spell. It's a spell to hinder one's mind
Oh?
when they are concentrating on spell.
That sounds really useful.
It doesn't hurt people, but it makes them double think.
Well, I know how
Test
important
subject.
I know how important that is for you in battle. You types.
Yeah. When that cryomancer was flying around, we needed him down.
Applying real life experience to magical theory.
Yeah, Gal was just thinking that.
So
If he had never gone, he would have never known.
it's not as advanced as the spell that we're working on with
No,
it's a cantrip.
it's still a great spell. I mean,
Yeah.
And you're only using it because you went out with us. Doing some good work.
I hope I can get it done because I don't think I'll be not to be downtrodden in my own abilities. It's just without joining you all and you have your things, I would not have been invited to this event.
Well, just gotta show them how great you are. Why you deserve to be there.
So, what I'm doing. So,
Work, Quill.
please don't kill people in our room.
I'm not gonna kill people, especially in our room, unless they are trying to attack you.
Unless they're fucking buggles. I'm sorry.
Yes. No. That's get it out, man. Get it out.
Coffee makes me.
Poor little guy.
Very,
And if you need to test that spell out, I can be a practice.
I think it's only fair.
Didn't even question it.
All right, yeah. And Gallen's gonna take out one of the potions and drink it, just to be.
While you guys are doing that, Francis.
While
Anything you're
Curly
doing
is
besides
committing, while Curly is committing mass paper genocide, I will explain to her, to the best of my ability, what a familiar is and why it can just disappear.
Okay, roll me a persuasion check.
And then making sure to talk to her, like in words that she'll understand.
She has a +0 to this, so
Yeah.
she may be your kid, but she has a +0 to intelligence.
She's still young, 22.
22. Okay. She has to get above a fucking 10.
You got this, Curly.
Nope.
Well,
That's the same fucking roll she got for Elsa.
Doesn't want to listen. Just going right over her head. Moving doll must
a
have.
paper genocide only.
So you're saying you can make more?
What I'm saying is that most wizards can have an assistant, and that's what a familiar is. But you know what? I can only do it so often, at least like that one, as he points to his homunculus. Huh?
How many times?
Francis casually takes Palmer off of his shoulder and puts him behind his back.
How many times, Papa?
You lied. You lied to that child.
Twice? Because Palmer is the exact same thing as I hold Palmer up. He's my buddy.
So you're saying... As she gets another one of the dolls. If I become like you, I can have a lot?
Technically, yes, but I shouldn't be condoning this.
So you're saying I can have an army of stuffed animals?
Why would you need an army?
Looks at you. What question is that?
I mean, what wars do you need to fight?
Looks at the paper. A never-ending one.
Well, I guess Francis gets,
I think I'm gonna roll on intimidation. And
Oh, Curly.
It's a 10. Francis is just gonna be like, alright.
roll me a wisdom? Not an
Oh,
advantage because it's not a magical thing. It's just the wrath of a child.
So wisdom. Just flat wisdom?
Flat.
Wisdom save, or it's the same?
You were
Okay.
intimidated by your little girl.
All right, hold on 1 second. Francis will go over to one of his bag of holdings and pull out a pop gun and walk over. Private Francis reporting for duty on this never-ending war against the people. Palmer, get in on this.
It just like salutes with the finger.
Reporting for duty, General Curley.
I said about
Huh?
just goes over and like makes more people.
And Francis will help her. He'll play with her today. I was gonna work on my gun, but this is way more important.
I can't believe you got a fucking 7.
I can't believe got a 7.
It's way more important. You're scared of the child.
She's terrifying. And you're the one that took away you're the one that made this worse.
Real talk. Curly's technically based off my sister when she was younger.
Oh no.
So I know what I'm talking about.
Did you get intimidated too?
When she found my Nerf guns, and I had them on the top shelf, and she's 3 feet tall.
You climb.
Slightly. you know, toddler crimes and little kid crimes. So yeah, you start a crusade against paper people.
Against paper people.
Against
They never
paper.
stood a chance.
They never stood a fucking chance.
Francis
I just,
at one
can you
at
roll
one point.
the homunculus pulse? Just one for me. At advantage.
Alright, hold on. Palmer 4 strike at advantage.
Okay.
They're paper.
They're paper. They have an AC of fucking 5. Roll for the other one. That's the one I want to know.
Okay, hold on. It's the same thing. Jesus Christ!
There's a hole in the wall.
Oh,
Francis will fix
gonna
that
kill
later.
you.
The owl bear seems to be growing in power.
It's because of the imagination of a child. It is too dangerous.
It's too dangerous. Wholesome. As this is happening now. You just hear a crusade being done by a child. like a
They're
full-on
flanking on the
child.
left. Commander Curley, they're flanking on the left. I can't hold them.
I'm sure that this I'm out here trying to like crush things with iron, and I've made like some makeshift dummy. It's nothing crazy, but just like
wrapped up.
like blankets and
Eventually, they're just like you hear a "Dink" from your room, like a poof of air from some sort of building, like behind Bellos's bed.
I look behind Bella's bed.
There's a hole. There's like a 2-inch diameter hole. That just like fucking got blown inwards.
Not to worry, Curly. I'll fix that later. There's
Is it on the ground or the ceiling?
It's it's about like knee high. So yeah,
Well, leave that alone.
as you hear the knocking of a gear.
I'll open the door.
Hello, I am here for your magic training. Might as well get it out of the way early today.
Okay, yeah, sure. She has iron on. She's like holding iron in her hands, and you see like the makeshift dummy. Sure.
Oh, sure. I'm sure it's weird, but I'm going to pretend like it's normal. May I come in?
Of course.
I will enter, and I will help you with your training again.
They're surrounding me. I can't die.
Oh yeah, there's a war going on downstairs. Or wherever they are. I don't really know.
They're in the room adjacent.
Oh. There's a war going on over there.
Who's winning?
Carly,
Them?
just
You heard
now.
thunk.
I think it's them because they put a hole in the wall, so...
I am concerned, but also I feel like I have overstepped my boundaries with Francis already today, so I will ignore it.
Do
I should do something about this, but it's not my job.
Halton's like, it's not the first time I've overstepped my boundaries with Francis. His boundaries grow again. They usually get bigger as time goes on.
That seems like a problem.
You know, well, with time, your boundaries change.
And then let's see. And I'll pull out
Sometimes
the
you hold
pocket.
a little too tight, and
Yeah, I'll just pull out the pocket watch. What time is it?
It's like fucking noon.
Alright, Garland has enhanced ability for another 45 minutes. I'll close it. Do you wish to wait for the spell to run out, or do you want me just to say screw it and cast it on you again?
right, I could go if you don't mind me. She looks at your neck.
Oh, I'm been healed.
The marks are
You're
gone.
still covered in a little blood. And like some like light frost.
Oh, you think so?
He's warm.
He's a little dead.
I also
But he's dry.
also if you look at Akir's token, he wears that the handkerchief around his neck.
It's like
From the next
um,
room over. Private Eugene reporting to avenge my brother, you Private Francis.
Francis has died.
well, you know,
We will mourn him later.
do you mind if I cast this on you? This dummy's not really giving me the right reaction I'm looking for.
Of course. Here, just let me and Akira will like adjust, like he's not wearing his armor today. He's wearing some of his fine clothes. He'll just adjust it, clean it off, and just go stand against the wall, fold his hands, and wait.
And she'll try to cast a spell on you.
Alright. Roll me the charisma. Or, not charisma, intelligence.
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 Oh, that's not bad.
It has a better reaction than the doll. As Akira, the reaction that you need to take is to basically just, hit her. And as you do so, the iron shavings start to float up and attach to your shield as it, you hear, a small, creaking noise coming from the shield. And then, after the spell is done, the shavings dust off.
What was
I'd say that the
effect of this
creaking
spell?
comes when she closes her hand after she blows. And that's when the creaking happens.
What is
But,
the effect of the spell?
Oh, it crushes things.
Well, let me know so I do not destroy my shield. I only have the one.
Oh, I won't destroy your stuff. I'm just hoping that it takes shape, does what it's supposed to.
It just looks like superficial scratches.
I could cast it on you and try to crush you, but that would hurt you.
Yes, but I can heal. The shield cannot.
Well, let's try it again, and
Yes, try. Crush me.
we'll do that until he gets his enhance ability where I could make my check.
Yeah,
So I'll just make
We'll move
cast spells
forward.
over and over again.
Can I actually like go into the bathroom and try again while I still have enhance ability?
Sure.
Yep, you have it for
And
an
look
hour.
at yourself in the mirror.
Posing in
Yeah,
front of
don't
me.
you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell Quill I'm gonna do this.
Okay, I'm not gonna bother you.
I mean, Holson, don't you practice your spells in the mirror so you can try to look good while you're doing it?
No. I just trust that I look good. That's what I'm doing right now, actually.
Sounds like a lot of faith coming from a warlock.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Does anybody have a
Oh.
reroll? Does anybody have a reroll?
It's just to activate the form. It's not to resist the blood rest of it.
Is it? Is it though?
I don't
No,
know.
I'm tapping into the strike. Does anybody have a
I'll
reroll?
let him take mine.
Oh, thank God!
Holson needs hers.
Jesus
I mean, right?
Christ!
Okay, better.
Oh my God, that was actually just about to be so bad.
Oh, it was.
What? No, it wasn't
Because
that
that's
one.
rousing the blood,
Lucky.
not resisting the effect of your body changing.
Uh-huh.
So roll a Constitution.
Okay.
Okay. You hold it for quite a bit. Rousing it. And
Flexing and
flexing.
muscle posing.
Basically, it feels like you have to flex every muscle at the same time while your heart is continuously pumping faster and faster. Taking away the blood from the surface area and diverting it straight up to your muscles.
Okay. Cool.
And then you release, and you feel normal.
No intense hunger?
The hunger's still there, but it's not intense.
Okay, as long as it's not intense. And yeah, that's cool.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Holson,
so fast forwarding.
Holson, trade on Zara.
Checks.
If you're worried about consequences, she is not real.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll roll my checks on Zara then.
Ghost
Is it an
tier.
advantage?
Depends on which one you want. I can enhance ability, one ability.
It'd be at advantage for your casting.
Do you want me to do intelligence?
Yes.
Alright, you have advantage on intelligence checks for an hour.
Cool. Well, I am going to... Because I make 2 intelligence checks and 1 wisdom.
Well, thank God for advantage.
Thank goodness for the advantage.
Yeah.
And also Bardic Inspiration, so you can add that to whatever the hell you want.
Ooh.
Hit dice, but... No, I don't. It's just a d8. I'll just roll a d8. 4! I'll add it to that intelligence.
You can add it to literally anything you want. The outcome will be the same.
I'll add it to the intelligence. That way they're all 21s.
Well, 22.
22.
22.
Alright, calculator. Let's see what you got.
Yes, I'll be adding.
18.
It's an average of
No.
21.
Yeah, 22. You know what? That's... I
21
don't know.
and change.
Yeah. I mean, it's only 2 numbers. 21.7, rounded up to 22, I guess. No, right, it's 2 21s. That'll be 21.3.
It's still a 4.
It's still a 4.
Still
I can't
4.
really do much about it. It's not like I...
She didn't get like 25 over. So
I will add it to my thing.
Okay. Lycan.
yes.
I was wondering if I could change the feat I was working on from Dragonhide to something else. The reason is because if I do die and the reincarnation scroll is used on me, I wanted a feat that can be useful in any other form.
Okay.
I was hoping to do Fighter Initiate for defense, because I'm not going to be able to use a shield and a loot at the same time, and in battle, the +1 AC might help me a lot.
You know what? I'll just say go ahead and transfer over what you've been doing. You know.
Okay, thank you.
Since that
And-
makes sense. They're both armor-based.
And what do you want me to roll for Dragonhide? Or not Dragonhide, for defense?
For defense, that would be 2 con, 1 wisdom.
Alright, I'll do my enhanced ability on myself and do the con.
Actually, it'd be con, and strength, because it has to deal with armor.
I spelled Initia so wrong. I could not spell that worse. Holy fuck.
I mean, I can barely spell, like, half the shit.
I did like 3 N's for some reason. What the fuck was wrong with me?
Initiate.
It was like INNITNN. I was like, what the fuck am I spelling? At this point, I'm just hitting numbers or hitting letters. All right.
Depends
Two
you with-
con,
Oh, how funny.
2 cons at advantage. Nat 20, 19, and strength normal.
Strength normal.
20.
Hey!
So it's gonna be a +4, so +5.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, the nat 20 means an automatic +1. That means I am up to 17%.
I'm so close to 75.
75. All right.
Mm-hmm. How long
Eventually,
does it take for Curly to tuck her out?
it takes about 2 hours, and then she's fucking gone.
Do you want me to cast enhanced ability Constitution on her? I could double it.
No, it's good. It's good. Once,
He's only got 2 hours in him.
yep. Francis is like, all right, get some rest. Get some rest. All right. What did she call the owlbear?
Her owlbear?
Yeah, her owlbear. What's the name?
I have to look that up, because there is a name for that owlbear. It's a very cute name. It's Cooper.
It's Cooper.
Oh fuck! What was the name of
All right.
Fellow Bear again? Rango?
Roscoe.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was it? All right. Second in command, Cooper. Keep an eye on her. Keep her safe.
As it nods, it does like the little like toy squeak.
Francis will shake his head. Private Palmer, clean this up.
Palmer fucking just.
As Francis will go ahead. I don't need the thing. I get an advantage on it anyways, but I'm going to go ahead and, while I'm waiting for Oscar and the kids to get back, because I need to talk to M, I need to talk to Scratch, and I need to have a talk with Oscar.
Okay.
If you so desire, you can get Cindy and get in the back here quicker.
It's fine. They come back when they come back.
Oscar
But,
and Buzz come back at the end of your training.
Yep. So for
or
the...
Does.
Okay.
All
I
right,
thought
but
I heard a Z in there. I was like, huh, Francis is oddly calm.
Francis. So this will be check number 9, I believe,
9.
on Tinker's Tools.
Mhm.
Hey, I'm keeping above 25.
That was a 15 on the roll. Nice.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, my average is actually like 26 right now.
You're gonna have a +1 weapon.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Francis is just gonna be on the desk working on that whenever they come back. He will also have mended the wall, by the way.
Easy enough.
Thank you. Ellis would kill me.
Emma would kill Francis.
Yep. Fellows wouldn't
That's
care.
another tick on the board. I don't need her more
There's
favors.
out here casting spells in here too. There's nothing to say that it wasn't me.
Quill casted a 2nd level attack spell that froze the entire room.
Froze it, didn't damage it.
Touche.
Speaking of that room, I will come knock on the door.
Okay. So you knock on the door, and you hear a little bit of scrambling. Come in.
Walk in.
You hear posing music in the bathroom. Just music.
You
Paulson does not care about what's going on in the
You're
bathroom.
too sexy for my shirt in the restroom. So, as you
Paulson
see,
will actually.
Quill picks up notes and
Holson's there now.
oh yeah,
Oh, Gallon would be
Paulson-
done with that by now. I'm pretty sure.
Paulson's not going to stay in here long. She'll look to Quill.
Hey.
Are you busy?
no. It's just like putting up a formula for this. Seeing what I would need.
Well, what do you need?
I've come to the conclusion that it has to be a piece of quartz. Polished quartz. That I would need for
Do you
this.
have that?
I can get some. It's more so the refractive things. I need it as a focus. No cost or anything. It's relatively cheap to find quartz. So what's up? So what's going on?
You want to get the quartz? I was just going to get some papers. Stuff. Just to look around. Wanted to see if you wanted to go with me.
Oh, sure. We can go. We can go. As he
We can get some
looks
Or
around
whatever
and
you're doing.
disheveled.
You don't look as put together as you normally do. You alright?
There was a prank in it.
That might be my fault. That might be my fault a bit.
There was a prank, and I did not approve. And I kind of cried.
That was Akir's
You
fault.
made him cry?
That was Akir's fault. I was not in on the prank.
It wasn't
It
funny.
was just the moments leading up to the prank that I was involved.
What do you want?
Wait, what'd you say?
She's gonna look to Quill and she's gonna. What do you want? Within reason.
What do you mean?
Did you cry?
I mean, yeah.
What else do you want? What do you need for whatever you're working on?
It's just the quartz, and the rest I have in formula form. It's easier than your spell. I'm working on a cantrip.
Well, you're welcome to try it on me if you want.
You do use a lot of concentrations, but he chose to be a dummy, and I think that's fair.
I do use a lot of concentrations, but we've got a couple of.
I have.
I'm doing pretty alright with my spell. I'm almost 3/4 of the way through it, but
I got
no,
like a
feel free.
quarter. So
Yeah, no, feel free. It's completely fine. If you notice I'm concentrating on something, you can try it. As long as it doesn't get us all killed. You know.
right. No. This is fine. I just need to go get some quartz. I just need to get polished quartz. That's it.
Okay. Let's go.
Okay. Just like gets a bag and gets his coin purse and just you guys go get materials.
On the way out, just we could do like a battle royale type thing. Just test each other's abilities.
Okay,
could always try it then.
I get this lantern now, and it's like it just holds up and like it's ebbing with power.
I have a sword that stores cantrips that I never use and need to put into my sword. Yeah. I will probably try to do that because I remember.
You should definitely do that. There's a lot of cantrips stuff here.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go look for cantrips. We'll find him some quartz.
Okay. Roll me investigation at advantage because Quill knows the places.
Advantage. We don't have to role play this, but I just want to. That poor man's been through so much today. 24. Yeah, I'll get him. I'll buy the quartz.
Okay. It's like 2 silver.
Yeah,
buy
I don't want him to
polished
waste
quartz.
his money on quartz.
It does not get consumed.
I'll buy him the nicest, smoothest quartz there is.
It's very pretty and very polished. Almost reflective, even.
I'll buy him 2 just in case one breaks.
Okay. So, due to the area and, just because what the colleges are, here, what they do, this place is very much the transmutation, conjuration, and illusion, like heavy or cantrip.
Illusion. But I don't do illusion, so.
Some way your father
What
dies.
cantrips do they have? Oh no! I accidentally left.
So
I clicked the
conjuration,
wrong thing.
transmutation, and illusion spells. Cantrips.
I could think can fit like 3? I don't know, let me look.
And there was a cantrip in there before, but they
I
took
can't
that
remember
out.
which. Yeah. So,
It's
3
completely empty.
3 cantrip.
So basically, you have the free reign on the cantrip wheel as long as it's one of those.
Within those.
Yep.
Give me a second, and I will tell you which ones I'm looking for.
Okay. Remember,
But I have to actually look at the cantrip.
And illusion.
Okay. Somebody else can do something while I think about this.
Mm-hmm. And be aware if it is a spell that does damage via an element, the sword then takes on that element for that damage.
Ooh.
So yeah.
We'll think about that.
You will think about that. Alright. Who's next?
Is there anything Galen wants to do, or Akir?
Well, there
Later on in the day.
is someone I need to talk to. That would be Bellows.
That seems like a little bit of a
Bellows?
lengthy conversation. Akir, anything you want to do before this lengthy thing?
No,
Or-
pretty much I'm in like a time skip mode with Akir where he's just pretty much going to be training and helping people train until the next event happens.
Montage.
Montage. Da, 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 da.
Yep, his goal right now is to help Oscar and help his friends and learn how to defend himself better. Getting ready to fight Epoch eventually.
Mm-hmm. Now you got to figure out what you're going to do via the fighting of Epoch.
Oh, I'm going to beat him with my sword. I don't have a lot of options here.
I mean, it's fair.
Akir has very little options when it comes to offense. It is attack things or have Zara attack things.
Mm-hmm. So
I guess
So you
I'll
better
ask
hope
Epoch.
that's not a technicality.
Yeah, I guess I'll ask Epoch if I'm allowed to use Zara. So I'll ask Vickery to ask Epoch.
okay, you'll be able to ask her that later. Here soon, actually.
Okay.
Okay. Do.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba.
So, you want to talk to Bellows.
Oh, come on.
Music!
Bellows not been very talkative to you today.
I thought this sounded familiar.
So yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
but she is outside.
All right. What is she doing outside?
She's sitting, like, she's leaning against. So this place has a outside area as well. She's leaning against a bar, like looking out, feeling the breeze, taking in breaths. Weirdly enough, taking in which looks like serenity.
I'm not gonna disturb that. Gonna let her have that.
When she realizes that you're rolling out.
Ah.
And like looks over. Fairly calm.
Okay. Alright. Hey, Bellos.
Galen.
I'd like to talk if you don't mind.
Oh, you want to talk to me?
Yeah.
Well, this is a first. Alone? Or
Yeah, alone. And
oh,
I'm sorry about that.
sorry about what?
It's a first.
Your room, mine. Mine is being occupied.
Yeah, I think Quill just went and...
Yeah, I saw him. He did not look great.
So, my room. Yeah, no, he had a... Akir played a prank on him and scared him so bad that he hit both of us with a big spell.
Oh, that doesn't
Yeah.
sound like Quill.
He was scared.
You pointed. You brought the nice little birdman to the brink.
I had no intention of doing so. It was Akir.
That is really cruel.
It-
It's
I-
fine as long as he didn't cry.
He did. I didn't. I felt horrible, even though I had no part of Akir's prank.
Did you make up for it? What started this prank? What is this? Like, let's go.
Yeah, that's private. Yeah, go to my room.
Let's see if I'm the last to know about this one.
If what? Which?
She says, let's see if I'm the last to know about this one.
Oh.
You wanted this.
Yeah. All right. When we get into the room, close the door. All right. So, reason that happened with Quill, Akir, he let me drink from him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Akir thought it would be funny if he acted like I killed him and then rose up as my undead servant.
I understand why he cried.
I do too. I thought it was mean.
It was mean. slightly funny, but very inappropriate.
Slightly funny, yes.
It's like a giggle if you know it's coming, but if you made the little Birdman cry.
Yeah, no, he hit me really fucking hard.
It sounds like you both got what you deserved.
I
I will not step in.
agree entirely. Now,
And now you have to deal with the emotional damage that you made the little Birdman cry.
yeah. So,
As she sits on the chair, crosses her legs, arms across. So,
I would like to apologize for not telling you sooner. For you to be the last one to know. I didn't plan on it being like that. You were actually supposed to know before Akir. The only reason Akir knew was, well, circumstance. I told him because, well, we were looking at the people who had just captured me last night and wanted me dead. And he was the only ally I had close to me. So I told him, and he, without me even asking or saying anything about it, he offered to let me drink from it. So that's how Quail thing happened. But yeah, I didn't want you to be the one to know last. I wanted to tell you. The only reason I didn't tell you before I told the others was because...
who was the first you told?
Oh, Winfrey, Holson, here it comes.
I don't want to get anyone in trouble.
In order, who did you tell and when?
Technically, you didn't tell me. I just found that shit out.
Alright. So... I'll give you the order of events that happened.
I want when and who, no excuses.
And I'm giving it. So, the first person to see what I was when Gwilly died. When he died, I kind of lost it and chased after that bastard.
Okay.
And Holson saw me. Well, she saw the eyes, the feral look. She didn't know at that point, though, what I was. She did keep it quiet, though.
Keeping secrets is one of the things that she is very, very good at. So, I do not blame that.
Alright. And then I did end up telling her first. I explained it all. But that is because she saw it and...
She found you.
Yeah.
That's understandable.
And I asked her not to tell anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it gets out that people know what I am. And honestly, I felt more fear in the room before the fight with the vampire. When Francis said that, I felt more fear there than I did in the fight.
As you should. So,
Yeah.
second person.
Second person, Quill.
Okay.
Because
Little
Well-
heart on that one.
he's my roommate, and he also... Well, you remember at you remember the undead, the skeleton horse guy, where I got my...
Little bastard.
Yeah. You remember what the Raven was talking about?
Yes, I had suspicions then that you are not normal. I also had suspicions earlier when you both went into the restroom. The outhouse.
Yeah.
Because first of all, nobody goes in with their friend into the outhouse that holds one person, unless they're doing things or plotting.
You know, that's fair. That's fair.
It's very fair.
But then, while you were out during the fight with Mr. Black,
Fuck him.
yeah, fuck that guy. But while you were down, I also got hit down. But you know that you saw what I did during the fight with the vampire, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm guessing same deal.
Yeah, that's when it first activated.
Okay.
It brought me up, and it also emboldened you guys. It actually helped all of us.
All right.
But Quill was up when he saw that.
So he saw as well as the same way that Holson saw. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes more sense.
And who else? And then Francis
Yeah, saw at the same
also
time.
saw it at the same time as Quill. So he was the next one to know very short after. Francis,
I
when I
will
told him, he held me at gunpoint.
talk to him about that because I have issues with that one.
Wait, issues with what?
I'm supposed to be his bodyguard. If I don't know all the dangers around him, how am I supposed to protect him or his family? So that's his professional.
Fair enough.
Mhm.
But I also asked him not to tell.
People are good at keeping secrets. Good to know.
It really is life or death. This secret
Actually,
is.
not good at keeping secrets because just blurted it out into
Yeah, no,
that's bad.
that was.
No secrets for Francis.
I just wanted to run out of the room.
I would
But
have chased you. I would have cut your head off.
yeah, that's. I realized it was not the best move. It was just first instinct.
That was my first instinct. So
And that's fair. That's a reasonable reaction.
So a pure circumstance.
a cure with circumstance, you were to be next.
Okay. Was it the same circumstance that you sent me to the wrong place, also revealing yourself to your enemies?
Yeah, real bad day. Real bad day.
So, when I described people, and you did not also tell us that you were hunted by the same group of people prior to this, you chose to send me to them, ergo releasing your secret identity and outing yourself, and also making yourself into basically target number one on everyone's hit list?
I made some mistakes that day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Secrets are fine unless they are secrets that at that moment need to be revealed. Not everybody can handle them.
That
But
was another part of that.
I
You're
understand.
You're an intimidating person.
Thank you. I get this. And I understand the pressure it is to keep secrets. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed that you chose, in a situation where we needed that information, it was prudent to keep us and you alive. The reason why I say this is because Zeno died without telling us where he was. We couldn't find him. You and Gwilly had to drag his mangled body to here. And only to realize and find out that that might not have been any type of person that we've ever met. That they might have been fake. That any emotions done with that were fake and only a memory. Or that person is really gone. I spent the last bit of Xenophel, whatever his life was. Because if we find a body, whoever it was connected to may not remember. But I spent that last bit angry and distrustful. And that led to suspicion of you all, which apparently was kind of founded. But not for the right reasons, or not for the same reasons. So, I will tell you something as a thing of good faith. There's reasons why I don't want to go to that place, but I am thinking I should. Hosen's gathering. Because it is not smart for us to separate for long periods of time. At least that's what I think so. Especially since some of us may have things still coming for us. We have made very many enemies and lost quite a few friends. You are considered a monster. Where I come from, I'm not considered a person. So we have that type in common.
Yeah.
So, when I say I'm not not angry that I was the last one to know. But if you think there's something that's prudent or something worth saying, you should.
You know, there is you were listening during the interrogation in the library, right? You're the only one in the group to know how many people I've killed. Quill and Akira know that I've killed.
I guess it is only fair that I tell you how many I have killed. Over 600. Under the name of Belladonna. And that is a name you are never allowed to say to me. Or ever call me.
Galen will nod.
But if I hear this name, it will come from an enemy. And my fears.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. And, if you're gonna give that, that wasn't the entire number. He only asked how many I drained. Killed. I also went by a different name. No, it was, one given to me. It was, oh my god, where did it put it? There it is. It was, the Butcher of Burlum. I was an executioner for, well, the man that did this to me.
I guess we're more alike than I thought. Now, that we've had this conversation, I appreciate your candor. I'm going to leave now. I'm going to think upon things. And I'm going to just enjoy the breeze. Feel free to join me. But for today, I am done talking.
Galen will nod and he'll stand. Well, I guess he'll walk out with her. He's also just gonna actually enjoy the breeze.
As you do. As you both enjoy the breeze of this nice, cool day. Not cold, but cool. Awesome. You got your cantrips?
Yes. Thorn Whip, Sword Burst, Infestation. I fall under the...
Infestation.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It's cantrip. It's conjuration. I could use it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's a very interesting cantrip, too, because it's forced movement plus damage.
Yeah, but poison.
Not everything is immune to poison.
I know, but also, you know.
Yeah.
Cantrips that I don't have. I got like 85 million cantrips.
Mm-hmm. She has
I
quite a
have
few
so many
damaging ones,
cantrips.
too, so...
Just get 3 flavor cantrips. There you go.
I don't want to just use mending with my sword.
I mean,
Message.
you could.
Message. I cast a message with every single hit.
That
You just have to hold on to the hilt of the sword and, message.
just saying, mending on a sword. That feels like it could just be pretty symbolic. Like,
I am not wasting money on it. I'll learn mending when I get to it.
Okay, each of these are going to be 50 gold pieces.
Oh, damn. That's some money. Let me see what I got.
They're cantrips. And they're technically one use, but the sword makes them infinite use.
Infinite use?
Yeah.
So as long as they're in the sword, I could use them as many times as I want.
Mm-hmm.
It's the
You know what? I
value
will
of
get
the
some
magic
fucking.
item.
I will get some fucking flavor then. I will get message. I will get. I will only get 2. I'll wait and get a 3rd later.
Don't have enough money.
I don't want to spend 150 gold right now because I have other things I need to do. Yeah, I'll get message. I'll get.
Oh, wait. No, you wouldn't be spending 150 gold because Quill,
Oh.
because of his college stuff, gets the benefit of lessened cantrips and also lessen. What is it called? Spell inscription cost.
Well, how much would it really be?
It would technically be minus 5 gold from each of those.
Oh, that's not bad. So I have a question. When I do hit people with this, does the spell just automatically go off, or do I need to spend an action for the spell and then I
You
can
have
hit
to
people?
cast the spell from the sword.
Got
You
it.
don't get to hit and then be like, haha, I also do the sword. You
Quick-
know.
quick question. Nope, I lost it. God damn it, it was really good. Sorry.
Oh no. Oh no.
Feel it, absorb
then
it, rouse the blood.
I'll do Druidcraft, I'll do Message, and I'll do Mending.
Okay. Those are the 3, so 45, 90, 135.
I could do 135.
Wait, is that right? No. Yes?
I have no idea.
Alright, I remember. Can
It's
a
45 for each? Continue with your question before you forget
25
it.
for each. Yes.
Can an order of scribe? Could you just hire an order of scribes wizard to put a spell in your spellbook?
No, it's my spell.
No.
I have to inscribe it. It's unfortunate, but
The inscribing process is materials plus the time and the dedication to put it in there. Quill cannot put it in there into her books because she has to be able to comprehend it. Not Quill.
So you said 135?
I believe it's 135. It's 45 times 3.
Okay, well I will
Times
subtract
3.
135.
135, yeah. I know math.
I don't.
By the way, the Barovia music is so good.
I love the Barovia
Yes,
music.
yes.
It's my favorite.
I was like, why is this so pleasing to me? It's just bringing good memories, and it's because I love that Curse of Strahd campaign.
I've also just love the soundtrack from Bloodborne, and
Made me think Bloodborne immediately, and then I was like, no, this is something else.
yeah, old Yharnam.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically the same tempo,
It is. It really is.
which I think is 90. No, 90 is
Druidcraft. Mending message Druidcraft.
Druidcraft's a good one.
Druidcraft is
Yeah.
a great spell.
And I can't normally get it,
Very
so...
thematic.
And also
I thought it-
very flavorful.
yeah. I thought it would be cool.
Mhm.
But yeah, those are my spells, and I'll buy... Is there anything else Quill wants from the store?
Well, how much money do you have?
I've given him a bit.
Yeah,
He's got some coin.
he does have some coin.
What does he want from the store? There's nothing that shopping hasn't helped. With emotional damage.
Emotional damage. Emotional damage. What do you want, buddy? What could you get? What could you use to increase your standing?
Is heard. Alter self. That's a transmutation spell.
Mm-hmm.
It's second level.
Second level, but I think he wants more first level spells. I will figure that out later.
Yeah. I'll help him buy something if he needs help.
I think he can get one first level spell as well as the paper to do it. Because paper and ink is expensive.
Yes, it is. We'll figure that out.
We'll
I'll
figure
buy
that out.
his little quartz.
Yeah, 2 silver for mirrored quartz.
I'll buy 2 of them, so it'll be 4 silver.
4 silver. Because you kind of want to learn the spell, don't you?
Yes, but also it's good to have a backup. Things break all the time.
Just get stolen by boggles, you know.
Yeah. Keep them in the same place, Quill.
Yeah, you get hit in the head with a fucking cast iron frying pan. And then tied
Always
up in
have a
your
backup
room.
spell bag. That's something my dad always told me. Always have a backup spell bag somewhere. All the components you need.
Yep. As you get back.
I'm
So-
just treating Quill to a nice little day.
A nice little day. The poor boy.
And he gave me a discount, so that works for me.
This poor
And we'll just talk about
19-year-old
his
boy.
spell Yeah, we'll talk about his spell the entire time. Because I want to know what it does. I want to know the gist of it.
Basically, it is a intelligence save.
Oh, I would fail so hard every single time.
Be forced to make a constitution, or be forced to roll the next constitution check at disadvantage.
I'll give him the helpful hint of maybe not some people like us. You know, I'm not too smart, but all those other people in the room, they're going to be very smart. Cast it on somebody like Galen or more brawn over brains.
I see.
Well, he's not too smart.
No.
I've seen him trying to do things.
We've literally had conversation where Bellows was like, bruh.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just like, I made mistakes.
I had a bad day. So, like here, eventually Oscar comes back. It's around 3 where and he comes back with Buddy. All right.
Cool. Expedite. Can I use Vic? Can I use Zara?
Yes.
Okay. Other than that, normal training. But fuck, it's almost 1 o'clock and I'm tired.
Yes. Basically, Vickery states that if you use Zara, Epoch will be using someone else as well.
Well, that sounds like fun. Because I'm a leader. All my powers come from buffing my allies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll think about that for whenever that comes up. That's all I had for today.
Okay. So we fast forward to tonight.
Is this date accurate? Is it the 28th?
It's technically the 29th.
Okay. So it's the 29th of Fahlrun.
Yep. The other kids are not home yet. Oscar got home. He seems you can roll me an insight.
Yeah.
Can any of us roll insight?
Yeah, he's not hiding from anyone.
I'm gonna not use my thing. Natural one.
I'll roll insight.
Yeah, we're all hanging out here.
Galen is worried about the kid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I wanted to help Emily with some wizard shit, but I had to figure out other things to do today. Insight, here it is. Well, not an advantage, but 10.
Holson, you're not really sure.
Yeah.
Francis, you have no
No.
idea how his mental state is.
No, but I still need to talk to him.
Akir, you sense a little bit of mulling things over, contemplation, a bit of sadness, but there is. You feel like he's weighing options.
Which is one of the reasons I told him so early, so we can get that over with.
Galen, with a 22, he's weighing options, but not by himself.
I can tell that there's influence behind it.
As a man that also has had people talking into his head, you can tell that there is some sort of hidden dialogue happening. He's conscious of it.
I'll
Does he still have that blue ring in his eye?
I'll whisper that to.
Perception.
I'll whisper that to. Is Francis right next to me? Near me?
Yeah, no, I guess Francis sees him. He's getting ready to go and, welcome Oscar back.
Yeah. Galen will lean down and whisper that to you. That
Oh my goodness, Holson.
I don't know.
I think.
I'll tell Galen that if he's. I don't know that Galen knows this. Never mind. You'll see me staring at a child.
I think something is talking to Oscar.
Francis, he had a smile on his face, excited to see Oscar. But when you say that, he kind of looks at you, looks over at Oscar, and then looks back at him, and looks back at you, Galen. Just kind of gives you a grateful, thanks. Taking a deep breath.
I also ask, do you want me to tell Akir?
Nah. Akir's too excited about everything that's going on anyways. Let's see what happens. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm flying high. It's been a great day.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But yeah, no, Francis will go ahead and approach. Look to Buddy and look to Oscar. Hey, you two, did you guys have a fun day?
Yeah, we had a ride, and Vickery looks a little tired. We trudged through the snow and got hot chocolates and brought some for everyone else. I don't know where the rest of everyone is.
I'm not gonna lie.
Francis, roll me a perception check.
Yeah, no, I Francis has a bad feeling about it, but it's not the first time he's had this feeling. You know?
I'm sure Galen can hear him talking about that.
Woo!
When you look into his eyes, there's something there. Instead of a crystalline icy blue, there is this almost aquamarine color that it seems very familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Too familiar. And it seems to be slightly pulsating. You've seen these eyes many times. There's someone talking to him, and it's somebody you know.
Who? Tell me who?
Who?
Stop with the foreplay and just tell me.
Inside of there, looking into his eyes, those look like Zeno's eyes.
Oh, fuck.
Hmm.
Oh shit!
Hunter, what's the guy doing?
Oh boy!
Hey, buddy.
Hmm?
Can you do me a favor? Stick around for a bit, keep an eye out for the other kids, and let me know if they come back.
Yeah, I can do that.
Thanks. Oscar, do you got a minute?
Yeah, let me just bring everybody else their chocolates. I can do
no, by all means. I'm sure they'll love it.
Yeah, I'll take care of that. Go with your pap. Go with your pops. And Buddy takes the chocolates and hands it to other people.
Mm-hmm. And Francis will kind of gingerly guide Oscar upstairs. Not go inside the room. Is there anybody in the hallway?
No, it's pretty much alone by yourself.
Yeah, because we have the room at the end of the hall, so he won't go inside the room because Curly would still be asleep because she wore herself out.
Fucking done for the day.
Yep. And keeping in kind of a lower tone because of Curly. He's like, I would go inside and have this conversation, but you know how Curly can be.
Mm-hmm.
You should have seen the war. You should have seen the war me and her had today. So many paper people lost.
Yeah. The Empress does keep you busy. Did I do something wrong?
No. You haven't done anything wrong. It's just... This is a conversation I've been meaning to have with you for some time. There's been a lot going on, and... How are you feeling?
I'm alright.
Yeah. what you always say. And when I know there's a lot going on that I'm
You
pretty
can-
sure is confusing.
You can roll an
Huh?
insight. You can roll an insight if you want to.
Motherfuck! I'm gonna use my lucky coin.
He is lying.
Mm-hmm.
He is not okay. But there
Yeah.
seems to be something going on in there that's keeping him grounded.
Yep. And Francis is like, yeah, I've been okay like that too. I understand. Look, I was hoping to take everything a little bit slow. I was hoping to, kind of ease you into this because, I could only imagine all the emotional turmoil or everything that's going through your mind right now. I have an idea, but I have no way of really knowing. But I can see it. Francis will kind of point to the his head that there's someone talking to you, if I'm not mistaken.
He goes into himself a little bit, not saying anything.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine. Francis will kind of lean up against the wall. I was spending a lot of time today trying to wrap my head about how to talk about this, and, well, the best thing I could think of was, remember when we were still back in Newland Bay, and Curly was first left at the doorstep, just a crying baby, and, I picked her up in my arms and just trying to figure out what the heck just happened, because there's just a little kid all of a sudden, another one to add to the family. And the first thing you did was you stepped up, you took her from my hands, and I don't know what it was, but you got her to stop crying. And that moment, I was so proud of you, and didn't even know the kind of person you would be at that point, but all I knew was you were going to be a good person. You've always been very protective of the younger kids. You've always been very helpful with Em and Scratch with making sure they didn't get into too much trouble. You've always been a pillar for the family. And I feel like everything that you're doing is to continue to be that person. And personally, I couldn't be more proud. How is he reacting?
You can roll an insight.
These insight rolls are killing me right now.
Hard to read.
Now, you find yourself in a tough situation. And after doing some self-realization, I have a feeling that part of it is my fault. And here I am asking something I should have asked a long time ago. What happened in Newland Bay when I left? What happened to you?
Roll composure. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't. I couldn't save them.
Yeah. I want to apologize to you for that. Because I didn't think something like that would happen. I thought it would be okay to leave all of you alone. In a place like Newland Bay. You know, I'm intelligent, but I'm not smart. Especially most of the time, and especially when it comes to learning how to take care of kids. I'm constantly figuring things out. I'm constantly just trying to not make mistakes. And what happened in Newland Bay wasn't your fault. It was mine. It was my responsibility to take care of all of you. It was my responsibility to be there to protect you when you needed it most. And it fell on you. It wasn't supposed to be you that had to worry about keeping everyone safe. It should have been me. How does he look after that?
Composure. He's doing a little bit better than he was.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's what you
Yep.
get from that.
Yep. And, you know, it took some contemplation, some thinking, you know. There was something Ambic needed to fix. There was something Xeno needed to fix. And then I realized that this shield, this Draco mail, this epoch, was drawn to you because you felt like there was something you needed to fix, needed to change. And I realized how much I had actually messed up. And with everything that happened and everything that one day will happen, you know, you're doing everything you can to be strong enough to protect everyone. And that's one of the bravest things anyone can ever do. Most people will go their entire lives never finding that purpose, that drive, that reason to wake up every single morning and just try harder. As of right now, all Buddy does is sing your praise, that you're doing excellent in training, and that makes me feel really good, but I'm also worried. Worried that this epoch is forcing you to do things that you may not want to do, or may not fully understand. Because it might be selfish of me to say this, but I just want you to have a childhood. I just want you to be able to wake up and not have to be forced to do something that I know is crazy dangerous. I mean, you'll need to. I shouldn't say that. Oscar, the path ahead is hard. And personally, I just want to make sure you're safe. And I'll do everything I can to make sure you're safe. And to be honest, there's so much I want to try to say, I want to try and do to make sure that you and M and Furball and Curly are safe. You know, even Lawrence back home and Chuckles, every single one of them. And it's been hard. I'm still learning, I'm still growing, just like all of you. I just need you to understand that at the end of the day, the choice is yours. At the end of the day, if you want to keep with this epoch, if you want to do this inevitable quest, I will be there with you. I will make sure that the family, all of us Junkrats, are stay together and are always safe. But I also need you to consider that doing something like this is dangerous. It'll put everyone in danger. And me and my friends Holson, Gallon, Belos, Akir, we'll do everything we can to make sure everyone is safe. But there's an opportunity for you to choose. And I just want you to know that. And when all else comes down, the voices in your head, Epoch, myself, Akir, none of those voices matter. All that matters is what you decide. What you think is best. Because you don't need Epoch to become strong. You have a rare talent that goes far beyond anything I've ever seen. The first time I saw you hold Curly, I saw it. I'm a good person. I try my best to be kind, but I can be a little bit of a pain in the ass from time to time. And I have to fight every ounce of natural just urge to be a good person, to try and be like my father. But you are a kind kid, a kind man, a kind person. And that's rare. You don't need any of the forces of anything to be that person. And it may slow things down. You may not be able to train as much as you are now, but I promise you, you don't need any forces, anything other than you, to be as strong as you want to be.
Roll me
And
persuasion at advantage.
bruh,
Bruh. Francis, I'm scared.
I am too. I haven't been this scared since I first had Emily and the 2 moons, or the second moon, appeared in the sky. And I was just 14 and hadn't a clue. I'm in the same boat. I don't know what to do. But I can tell you this. No matter what happens, I'm gonna be there for you. No matter what happens, M's gonna be there for you. No matter what happens, Furbal's gonna be there for you.
You see him, like,
We can,
well up in tears and starts to wipe them away.
you're my son. And I will never lie to you. So just remember that you don't need any of it to be who you are meant to be. But if you want, it's always your choice. And it's okay to be scared. It means you understand.
I don't know what to do.
What do you think is best? Not whoever's talking to you, not Epoch. What do you think is the best?
I don't know yet. But
And you, go ahead.
I think I have to be here.
And why do you think you need to be here?
Because you won't be.
Wait, what?
Because you won't be.
Francis takes in a deep breath and places a hand on his shoulder, or as close to his shoulder as I can get. I'm sorry for that too. I just want you to know that everything that I'm doing is I'm trying to do to help all of you. Build a name, build a reputation to help open doors for all of you so you can chase your dreams. And yeah, you're not wrong. I have chosen a dangerous path. I may not always be here. That's why I did everything I can to make sure all of you had a family. People who will take care of you. Protect you. So that you can all become strong and protect each other. And I'm sorry that you feel like everything that happened was your fault. Because of all of you, I am able to survive. Because of all of you, I have become strong enough to protect everyone I care about. If it wasn't for you, I'd still be a conniving little piece of shit who just hated the world. All of you make me better. Oscar, you're everything I wish I could be. And I don't think Francis has much to say after that.
All right. He falls silent a little bit. And nods. And, gives you a hug.
Yeah, I give him a hug back.
He says he's sorry too.
And just hold him there. Only apologize when it's your fault.
Not me.
Hmm?
Zeno.
What about him?
He says sorry.
Can you tell him wherever he is? Only way I'll forgive him is if he can come back.
He's stuck.
Stuck.
He's stuck in the big place.
Well, maybe I'll be able to find some way to help him. So you can apologize to my face. Go on. Get some rest. Today has been a big day for you.
Okay. And he goes off to sleep.
After he goes to sleep, Francis will go ahead and, once the door's closed, he'll walk back. Once he goes in, once he heads back downstairs, he'll kind of like hold his hands or his hands up to his hips and kind of look around. Now, where in the hell are the other two?
So, about the other two.
Yep.
They do not show up at all past 1 in the morning.
Francis will just kind of be staying downstairs just because he's worried down in the tavern.
You know, I could go looking for him if you want.
That is a tomorrow thing.
Holston's putting cantrips into her sword and focusing on her sword.
Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't look up to talk to you, but she's... I could always ask somebody to look for me.
And as much as I want to, this is not the first time this has happened. The first time it happened, I did exactly what I want to do, and that's to go out and find them. But that ended up really badly, a whole trust issue and everything like that, coddling.
I love you, Francis, but you're not very sneaky.
I'm not. I get that. All right?
I am.
And yes, but the thing is, they
What do I think?
are... M and Furball, especially together, are more than capable of taking care of themselves. They know better than to get themselves into trouble they can't handle. Now, if they don't show up within the next hour, then I'll go looking for them.
They're still children.
I know they're still children. Alright? But it's just a matter of...
Francis, I'm not gonna lie, man. We just took out so many vampires. And I will whisper that part.
Yeah. And my understanding is that the rest of the little peons afterwards just decided to stop. But there are other threats. There are other things that are... Hey, Francis just kind of like works himself into worry.
Do I hear
mean to
anybody try to like tune them out and listen for?
Roll perception.
Yeah, Francis
He's
is
really-
too worried right now.
Yeah, she's focusing on the sword. She doesn't have to actually listen to what Francis is saying. He's going to talk himself into a circle. Perception.
You don't hear any hurried footsteps or any footsteps of any kind of child size. Or technically teen sized.
Okay. I'll keep listening, though.
Okay, I'll let that hold.
Yeah.
Another hour and 15 minutes pass.
After that 15 minutes, Francis is already getting ready. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start, finding a... I hate myself for not doing this sooner because it's an hour later. If something happened to them, it makes it harder to find them. All right, so we're going to go ahead.
Listen. I can probably sniff them out.
I know, and that's why I think it best to go ahead and just follow your lead on this one. All right? What do you think is best? Let's just get going. Let's get started.
Is the key around?
I would think that Akira would be at his hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It was like
He
it
doesn't
was
live
like,
here.
One.
I don't. It was like I don't know. What do you know? What did he say? Midnight? 1? I don't know.
1 a.m. Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah, no. Akira's at home. He's in his
Yeah.
apartment.
All right.
Wait,
Well. All right. Yeah.
Helston's got like an hour and then she'll be going to sleep.
Okay. I go. All right. I'm gonna go out sniffing.
Okay. As you start to sniff, you do see a character that seems familiar to you in the dark. Of a shaggy-haired, blue-skinned Triton running in sandals and shorts with a scarf on.
Ah, okay, here's one of them. Wave, was it?
Yeah, we need help.
What?
What?
Shaw, so Furball and got really in a huff and went with Drift to.
I cast call motions.
It's like, yeah. It
No,
happened.
if you didn't, I would have, and I just feel like
Yep.
They went to the Scary Man's shop.
Scary man? Care to
Yeah.
elaborate?
The hoodoo voodoo dude.
the slime man.
Okay,
The,
hold on. Let's make this simple. Are they in trouble?
They got caught.
Wait, they weren't supposed.
No, Francis says caught.
Yeah, by the scary dude in the higher district.
No,
Francis just kind of like immediately goes,
the magic man.
Yeah, he's like super magical and stuff, and he's like
Oh, I know him.
extremely scary.
I know him. He's fine.
we know him. Let's go. Lead the way. Let's go.
Yeah.
Come on, Mr. S.
Yeah, I'm not that worried.
I'll. Thank you.
He's not going to do anything to them.
Well, I have access
He's safe.
to the higher district, actually, too.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be using you for that later.
Mm-hmm.
So you all head up to the higher district with your pass. It's fairly easy. As you go to your employer's shop,
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. This guy's yeah, he's a bit odd, but he's a good man. That's actually who I work for.
Oh, that should make this hopefully easy then.
Yeah,
Just,
should.
Wave, just hang out here, will you?
no problem, bro.
Yeah, you just stay there.
Little surfer man.
I will walk in.
Yeah, Francis will be right there on your right there on your 6.
I'll be perusing while we walk in.
As you see no one at the counter, the small chime goes through the door.
Hello?
Yeah, yeah. Hey, oh god, like, and I forget his name.
I will get his name for you, so you can write it down.
Thank you.
No problem.
Losing access to my my sticky notes, that sucks.
Oh no, it sucks. It really fucking sucks.
This is why I have paper.
I also had paper, but those books got filled. And I also had bullet points. It was a lot easier than my handwriting.
Aren't they?
Yep. Telmac Trudeo.
Trudeo?
Yep.
So wait, what is...
I will copy and paste it for you.
His name is Tradeo.
Telmac Trudeo.
Talmok. Alright. Hey, Talmok, you here?
I'm in the back.
I,
You wouldn't happen to have 2 miscreants with you, would ya?
yeah.
He, separates a curtain. Standing live.
Francis is right up to the counter, or if it's behind the counter. And he has his arms crossed.
That depends. Are they yours?
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
Hmm.
This, Talmok, this is, Francis. Francis is Talmok. Talmok is my employer, and Francis is,
I'm their father.
yeah.
We've met. In the back.
It is nice to
Thanks
see you
for the
as well.
wand.
No problem. They are detained in the back. You may
What
see
did
them
they
if
say?
you want.
All right.
What did he do?
Before I do, may I ask what they're being detained for?
Attempted burglary.
Oh my god.
What did they attempt to burgle? Like, what did they take? Try to steal?
Precious gems.
Oh.
Were they diamonds?
They looked of the same shape and cut, but they were going to grab them all. Wasn't very wise.
No.
Did
No,
they
it wasn't.
disappear? Can I
That's
recall
right.
and I just want to recall really quickly. Did they disappear after I said the thing about I didn't say that out loud actually.
Mhm.
Interesting.
So, if at all possible, so I can go back. Was that?
You can roll a
I
history.
don't know what they I'm not very good at that. But okay. I'll try.
Alan can roll a
Um,
history. In conjunction with yours.
14.
17.
Between the two of you, it was around the time where Akir said, well, death, and, try and make sure that you don't actually die.
Oh, so they're looking for diamonds for like a revivify.
Ah.
We should probably explain that I know where we could get those types of things.
Wait, you know what's going on?
Yeah. Sorry, Talmuk. If you could just let them go.
No, hold on.
They.
I can go back and talk to them, right?
Yes, but being their father, I would not suggest going back there just yet. They're detained, but they're in the means of my, I guess, care is not the best. I can undo it unless you just want to talk to them. You'll have to talk down to them a little bit.
Oh.
Are they
Can
hurt?
you?
They are not hurt in the practical sense, maybe their pride.
Can you release them?
It will take a
in
moment.
your. Yeah. I
I,
figured.
I have all night, so take your time.
Yes.
Some of us do not have all night.
You can feel free to come back. As he points to Gallon.
Can I
Yeah.
take a look at?
I'll come back.
Can I take a look at those stones that they were trying to steal?
He doesn't
How many
have-
of them are? Oh, they were just going to snatch random stones.
As you go back there are two very small, about a foot tall, glass-covered cages.
Oh, this is
I see.
traumatizing.
As you see two different individuals in each of them. These are the ones with the children.
Yeah.
As he pulls it down off the shelf. So, your father is here. As they, look around. Don't worry, it won't be permanent. As he undoes it and twists the top as they are shunted out and grow to their full size.
And Francis
Thank
is just
you,
sitting there
Talmok.
looking at them. Yeah, I appreciate it. Is there any compensation necessary? Anything to make this smooth over a little bit?
Well, first things first. I did ask them why, and it seemed like a good reason. Foolish as it might have was, but the only compensation I require is that of fixing a skylight.
Oh,
Can we make it a work order and I can come back and see to that skylight tomorrow?
How broken is the skylight?
It was a round, circular cut made with a claw, but there was no suction, so there's glass everywhere.
Probably she'll look to her non-existent watch. You and I both have mending. We could probably
Some may want
together
this.
really quickly.
As he puts a petrified gibble on the table.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Is he going to be okay?
He's
He
best
could
friend.
be, but he's tried to attach himself to my face.
But was it angry, or was he just wanting a friend?
Looks at you. Let's
Also,
just
it
say he
also
was in
was
a glad mood.
Hmm.
More so in a disruptive way, and it annoyed me.
I thank you for handling it how you did.
They're children. They don't know any better. I'm hoping that
Francis,
you may correct this issue.
Francis will hold his tongue for the most part as he goes ahead and looks to the two kids. Are they back to their normal senses?
They're fine. They have scrapes on the knees and like a little bit on the palm.
Francis will go ahead and just look to the both of them. Gallon, Holson, can you keep an eye on them in the lobby while I take care of the skylight real quick?
Do you need help with that, Starlight?
It's not so much that I don't need help, it's more a matter of it's kind of my responsibility to take care of it.
Alright.
Alright.
Fix the situation.
I will take him.
Mm-hmm.
And I will go ahead, if he directs me to the skylight, I'll have that mended as soon as I can.
Yep. You can also roll me a perception.
Who?
You see a myriad of 12 gems. Some of them are diamond-like, but there is one in particular, a black diamond, with some golden mounting on it. That seemed to be the biggest.
Keep that in mind, but I'll do my job. Get that fixed up, taken care
If you
of.
need a step stool, I have a little ladder.
I appreciate the offer, but if you don't mind, I can get there on my own. As I will find a spot that doesn't have a lot of like stuff on the wall and walk up the wall and go to the ceiling.
You do so.
Yep. I found these to be very useful for things such as this, as I will mend it.
Indeed.
Telmok, I
Just
guess
like gives you the side eye, doesn't even look in your direction.
I got some things to update you on. Been going on in my life.
How long have you been in town?
Couple days.
Indeed.
Yeah, not long.
But yeah, no,
And
lots happened.
I see. I require an update. Afterwards.
Hmm.
You may take tomorrow.
Okay.
Francis is mending the skylight. I'm just walking with the children through the store, just like glancing at some things. I'm keeping my hands to myself. But do I say anything like it's sky blue?
Sky
You can
blue?
just say yes or no. Yeah,
No.
say yes or no. Okay.
No.
I'm just looking for something for Quill.
See, Galad's seeing you look around. He's going to whisper to you. By the way, this is not a man that I would ever try to cross. Personally.
I would buy this. No, I'm trying to have a great reputation.
Oh, and the small
Yeah.
one came by once before. Came to pick up that accursed object.
The cursed object. The shield?
Yes.
No, I usually am. I buy my things from
When you're able.
people that I'm trying to impress.
Francis thinks for a moment. The shield? What do you mean by the shield?
Oh, we picked that up from him.
I was the one to make the rune work.
What shield?
You know the shield.
The dragon scale shield that the small kobold was adamant about.
Francis, because Francis wasn't here for that.
Which
Francis,
was very strange for a white scale.
what did you know? What do you know about it? I'm actually very interested in knowing if you had any extra insight on it.
I see. If you would like any information, that will cost you more.
Well, given the light of the circumstances, I believe it best that I just get my job done here now and see to it that I take care of my kids. But in the future, I think I might pay you a visit to figure out because, again, I'm very interested in that information.
Please do. It's not that I am ungrateful, but it has been a long day.
I understand. You and me both.
Usually with invaders to my store, it goes less pleasant.
I appreciate the restraint.
Galen just kind of like nods.
Now, concerning the homunculus that you've petrified, is there a way to get that taken care of?
There is a tonic.
Do you mind if I purchase a tonic of such need from you for future use?
You may.
Alright, and that should just about do it.
Alright. Anti-petrification, cockatrice blood. As he starts to get to work on making a potion for you.
Yeah, no, Francis will just kind of like... How long will it take?
5 minutes at most.
Alright.
I'm
And
quite
Francis
slow.
will... Yeah, no, Francis will wait patiently. And not really, Every once in a while, he'll look back at Em and, Furball. But he doesn't say anything yet.
Okay. Here you go. This will be 80 gold pieces.
Done. And Francis will give him the 80 gold pieces.
You'll have to dilute it in a large bath of water and then gently place the statuette.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. As I will take that vial, put it in the bag of holding. I shall take Gibble and put him in the bag of holding.
Poor Gibble.
Yep. And I will go ahead and give him a pleasant nod. If I have time, either today or tomorrow, or well, today or later on, sometime in the near future, I'll pay you a visit. If I'm still welcome.
You are. Mistakes can be made and rectified, and I believe this has been completely rectified.
Thank you.
I hold no grudges.
As such, you have yourself a wonderful evening. I wish you a pleasant, restful evening.
Have a pleasant night. If you do come by, don't come around 1 in the afternoon. I have an appointment with the milkman.
Understood. And then Francis will go ahead and look to the kids with a general "let's get going" nod.
Mm-hmm. As you leave, he looks to you, Galen, gives you a nod, and walks in a way that makes it seem like he glides.
Okay. He said to come back tomorrow to update him, right?
Yes.
Alright.
You have until tomorrow.
Ah.
That is the general vibe he gave off.
Yeah, I'll
If you
give
don't
that.
come tomorrow, I'll find you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. Gallon's gonna definitely tell him tomorrow.
Is Wave still outside?
Yeah, he's fucking like, Bros. And wait, where's Drift?
Ooh.
There's another one.
Yes. Yeah, she's in there.
Francis looks to M and Furball or
She didn't
Scratch.
get out?
Is that true?
Yeah, I thought she got out.
I'll turn around and go
No,
back.
Francis will hold on to for a second and be like, no, I got this. All of you wait here. And Francis will go back in.
Are we outside the building? So I'm going to take it that it was your idea? Yes? And she's going to look at Scratch and M. To do this?
Yeah. We couldn't think of anything else to do.
I appreciate the attempt. Never steal from a man like this. Never. Bad idea. Most magic men? Very powerful. Don't do it.
And they would have good things. I mean, he's good enough so he wouldn't.
She'll get really close to him and just point to me and then herself and the Gallon and we have money for things like this. You don't have to do this. We already know why you did it. And it's top of my list currently. Don't steal from these men.
They look down.
You are not ready.
When
They're
I
small. She's not going to discourage him from stealing, but she's going to lower his expectations.
yeah, no. Francis is gonna go ahead and step in. Mr. Trudeo, another moment.
Yes.
My understanding is there was a third one as well.
Yes, there was. I was unable to catch that one. The little troll with wings got in my way. So wherever that one went, they escaped. They're probably not that far, though.
Well, again, I'm very sorry for the inconvenience.
Insight.
I'm gonna insight him. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Don't trust this man!
16? You believe he's telling the truth.
Alright, and then I'll go ahead and exit out. And we'll go ahead and have everyone go walking along after we're about a good solid 500 feet. Francis will look over to Wave. Now, Wave, where would your friend be, Drift, if she had gotten away?
Usually she just goes up, but looks up.
But
I can't see that far, dude.
Do I see her?
Roll a perception check.
It's true, he can't see that far. He doesn't have dark vision. Poor guy. Perception.
You see a little, like, bluish gray silhouette holding on, laying like flat on a gargoyle.
I'm gonna walk up to the gargoyle.
It's about 120 feet up.
Oh, I can't do this.
Did you find
No,
something?
It's not 120 feet. That is ridiculous. That is 40 feet up.
That's my line of sight. 40 feet up. I'll
40 feet
just
up.
shout up there then. I see you. You're fine. Come down.
Not to be rude or anything, but it's like 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we will continue this
Yeah,
next time as it is late.
it is
Mhm.
like,
An hour later than normal.
Yeah.
yeah.
Just a
No,
little bit.
my eyes are burning.
Sorry.
Having
So,
fun was all.
Yeah.
Oh.
So they will not be able to get down. You'll have to help them out. But we will pick
Brant's a
up
problem. He can
this
climb up there.
next time
Yep.
because they can only do levitate once.